Hello, everybody. Welcome to Phonogenics 101. I have the Joni Mitchell family here tonight. Tonight, we're going to come to the dinner gong and talk about her fifth album, For the Roses. Thanks to my Patreon subscribers. Thank you, Sue. And tonight, we're going to dig into an album that historically is sandwiched between two masterpieces, but I am going to sit here and say I think it's right on the level, if not better, than some of the other ones. So I think it's going to be a long and emotional discussion because this album, I can't even censor myself, it's fucking great. Like, it's so good. Here it is, Joni Mitchell, For the Roses. Originally, legend is it was supposed to be called Judgment of the Moon and Stars, and it was going to have the picture of her naked, but she said that she didn't want to have $3.99 plastered across her ass on a billboard. So that's why that's a legend. I don't know if that's true or not. But instead, we went with this lovely picture of Joni in the woods. So before we get into it, let's go around the panel and I guess just talk about your relationship with this album and who you are. Let's start with Bob.
Okay, so I got into Joni with Court and Spark, which is the next one we'll do. This one, when I got a CD player, I went back and got all the Joni stuff that I didn't have on CDs, this was one. So I was late 80s coming to this record. Loved it. It's not my favorite, but it's gorgeous. It's sumptuous. It's beautiful.
Awesome. Sue.
Yeah, so right after I discovered Blue, I immediately started getting all the Joni Mitchell albums, and I think this was the third album I bought because I got Court and Spark, then I got Blue, then I got For the Roses, and I was in high school, and I just was blown away by Woman of Heart and Mind. I was so inspired by that song that I did this ink drawing of, like, kind of a freeform ink drawing of Joni and, me with a bottle of wine, and, it was just crazy, But I thought that this album was really fantastic. And, I was really intrigued by all the songs. They were just so deep,
Yeah.
It was just, for a 16-year-old mind, it just was like, I was always a big reader, and just her words just mesmerized me. So the lyrics on this album are really great too.
That takes me back a little bit because I came of age. I became a Joni fan in the early '90s, and I was in high school, and it was a hard time to be like a gay man in a small town. And I remember, like, when I started listening to Joni Mitchell, I'm like, this is intelligent people music. I'm smarter than all these idiots from my school. And I just remember, like, it's such a point of pride that I was a Joni fan, and I wrote it on all my notebooks, and everybody had to know.
That's great.
Chris.
I'm mute. Oh, hey. Oh, how did I find this album? As you know, I came to Joni through Clouds, but then sort of started to join in beyond that, kind of chronologically, but not exactly. But anyway, this album was introduced to me via a girlfriend, and I really, really liked this girl a lot. And I'll tell you the truth, as much as I really liked Joni Mitchell at the time, I really liked the girlfriend a little bit more. So I was like trying to really love this record and find out all the things about this record to find my way through to this girl's heart. I wonder how many other men find Joni Mitchell trying to get through to a girl. I would bet I'm not alone in that. But anyway, she had the songbook as well as the record. So I went out and I bought the record, and then she let me borrow the songbook too. The songbook was actually, it was a few months after it was released, but it was more or less contemporaneous with the album, which was interesting because it was, the artwork in that particular songbook is breathtaking. Mm-hmm. I mean, just the way it's printed and the stock that they use, everything about it. It's really a jewel, that songbook. So I learned about what her tunings were about, starting with that book. So I guess I knew a little bit more about her process, from her alternate tunings more so, because to this point there was no other record of these songs being written the way she would play them, except for this particular songbook. None of the previous songbooks had been done in that manner. So that's how I came to this record, and it, was as strong as any of the others that I had heard. That's for sure.
I have all those songbooks, and they're all falling apart. The glue is not holding on any of my copies. All right,
This
go ahead.
Particularly bad.
Yeah, that one in Court and Spark. I had to buy that one like 3 times. Dave Phillips.
Yes, So hi. So I came to Joni with Blue, with All I Want, and then kind of immediately, it was as a 15-year-old, and then kind of immediately went back to listen to the earlier ones. So, and I'm sure I bought For the Roses the moment it came out. I guess it was this one that I thought, I'm going to have to keep up with her. I mean, because it wasn't Blue continued, it was something new. And there was songs like the title track that I thought, oh, wow, this is just, it's fabulous. So, but by the time I bought it, I was deep in love, so I was willing to do just about anything, even listen to another enjoyable album. So
Awesome. All right, Michael.
Hi, everybody. Good to see everybody. I've been enjoying the discussions up to this point, living vicariously, watching y'all after the fact on video. But I came to Joni through a lady named Julie that I met in Paris. She had lost her papers and her plane ticket home, and she was busking in the Latin Quarter. She was staying at the same hostel as I was, and she was playing out on the front stoop of the hotel, and she was playing Joni songs. And so I ran downstairs and sat there on the stoop with her and introduced myself, and we hung out for all the time that I was in Paris, which was about 3 weeks, and played every night in the Latin Quarter and just had a blast. But I remember she played a lot of stuff from Song to a Seagull, and my favorites were Marcy and Michael from Mountains, and that really drew me in there. So when I got home from Europe, I immediately went out and got the records up to that point. But then when this album came out, when For the Roses came out, for me, I really was able to immerse myself in that record more than any of the previous ones. I liked certain songs, but didn't really get all of Blue at the time. I had to grow into it. I like certain songs, and same thing with the other albums, Clouds and Song to a Seagull and so on. But yeah, For the Roses is a very special record for me too. I like playing a lot of the tunes from this album, and they certainly have, as a musician and being involved in the music industry for so long, I really identify with a lot of the themes that run through this album. And so for me, it's very special. Last night, I'm in Destin. We had a jam session with a friend of mine that's visiting here from the Boston area. And we were singing songs, and we had a long discussion about For the Roses last night. So I'm hoping that they're going to stop in and say hello during this discussion, and y'all can say hi to my friend.
Awesome. I love it. It shows that Joni's music is all over the world and has been. All right, Ruben.
Hello, I'm Ruben. Your story, Jeremy, reminded me a lot of mine. I also grew up gay in a small town. I'm from Western Maine, and I got the first Joni album I heard was Ladies of the Canyon when I was a kid. My mother had the vinyl of Ladies of the Canyon, and I loved it. And then when I was probably 7 or 8, she skipped everything. My mom skipped everything from Ladies of the Canyon to Wild Things. So I remember she had Wild Things on a cassette, and I loved that one. So when Dog Eat Dog came out, I was 10. It was in People magazine, I remember. So I went and got that one, and then Chalkmark. And then after Chalkmark, I went backwards and started getting the back catalog. And I remember after Chalkmark, I got Mingus, which I had a hard time with at age 13. And then after Mingus was For the Roses. And I loved For the Roses, particularly Judgment of the Moon and Stars. That really resonated with me in my morose state. That whole last line, shake your fists at lightning now, starting with that, was just really, as cliche as it sounds, it got me through some hard times. It really did. And I had that written out on a notebook, like you said, like it's all that stuff. And this one, I don't know, this album's always been really special to me ever since the very beginning.
And that last verse of that song was also a lesson in survival for me as well. So thanks for sharing. All right, we have Dave and Robin.
Go ahead. I'll talk second.
I think For the Roses was maybe the third Joni record I heard. I first discovered Court and Spark when I was probably 15, and then my mom got me Hissing the week it came out for my birthday, and then somebody loaned me the vinyl of well, obviously the vinyl, loaned me the record of For the Roses, and I just loved it because I was really into, I was already really into chords because of Stevie Wonder, and this album had a lot of really nice harmony in it. And I was also an English major, so I was trying to get into Oxford University to do an English degree. And so the poetry on the record really spoke to me also. And I feel like there's no weak songs on it. I mean, there's some I like more than others, but there's no filler. And that's rare. But now that we've actually performed this album a few times, I feel like I enjoy it even more because I've really gotten to kind of see the architecture of how every song was put together. So it's my equal first place along with Hajira. This is my equal favorite Joni record still.
Well, I originally got into Joni with Court and Spark, but I didn't. I was in my 20s at the time, and I wasn't a singer then, and so I started singing in the 80s, and Dog Eat Dog, I just love Dog Eat Dog. I mean, I just listened to that, and I think last time I had mentioned that my best friend heard me singing, and she encouraged me to continue, and she bought me all of Joni's albums on vinyl. But I really got into this album when Dave and I decided to perform the whole album. I was just, I mean, listening to it is an incredible experience, but performing it is a different experience. It was probably one of the more challenging albums that we've done because they're so, I mean, rhythmically, just everything about it. It's just all of her music's challenging, but I remember sitting down and just listening to the whole album, and when Lesson in Survival came on, I mean, I was just tearing up. It just, could relate to it. But it's just a beautiful, incredible album. And so that's all I have to say about it. I love it.
All right, and last but not least, our friend Mark Scott.
Woohoo!
Well, I was in Iowa in the 70s and trying to figure out my sexuality, which was a lot of fun, let me tell you. But I came in at Court and Spark, and there was a lot of that I could really relate to. I mean, it just seemed like she was reading my mind. And I started buying some of the back catalog, and actually, I think my parents gave me Miles of Isles for Christmas, and I loved that. And I loved all the songs on that pretty much. So I had heard some of these songs before, but I didn't own For the Roses. I think that was the last one of the back catalog that I bought because somebody, for some stupid reason, I don't know why, told me it was a terrible album. Oh, that's that's an awful album, So it was the last one that I bought. And I remember I was in the theater department, and I was living in this apartment with a lot of crazy theater majors. And I brought it home, and I opened it up, and I don't think I'd ever seen the inside of it before. And here she is standing on this rock naked, one of my friends goes, "She's got a fat ass." And another friend of mine goes, she grabs the album cover, she goes, "She doesn't have a fat ass, she has a fine ass." And of course, we're all cracking up, but it took me a long time to really come to a full appreciation of this record and just how brilliant it is. For a long time, I thought of it, it was a transition between Blue and Court and Spark. That's kind of what I thought of it as, a transitional record, which isn't fair to it because it stands on its own. It is a beautiful record. And I got to write some notes for Robin and Dave's performance of it, and which I really loved doing, and wish I could have been there because Robin, they performed these songs so beautifully. And Robin sings, to me, she doesn't sound like Joni, but she always expresses it so beautifully, and their performances are great. But anyway, so that's how I came to For the Roses.
And I definitely think with Joni's music, duplicating the emotion has much higher value than duplicating the exact sound. So every time I hear you all play, I just sit here and cry because you're hearing the songs live, and these songs mean so much to all of us. So Joni Mitchell, when I started collecting her, that was like the transition between vinyl and CD for me. So I started buying CDs, and this was one of the last ones I found. I actually had to order it from the record store because I couldn't find it anywhere. And a lot of these songs I heard on Miles of Isles first. So like Woman of Heart and Mind, You Turn Me On my radio. So I never knew what the album version sounded like. And I remember I'm not a huge fan of Miles of Isles, which we'll find out in 2 months. But when I heard, I fell in love with this album right away because I also thought of it as a transition. Like Blue is now looked at as this ultimate masterpiece, and of course Court and Spark also. So I mistakenly kind of wrote this off as a transitional album, and you're absolutely right, it's not. So here we are, let's talk about it. For a little context, and anyone, I just remember stuff off the top of my head, so anything I'm saying wrong, jump in and correct me, because I don't really do any research or anything before these. I'm just speaking from memory. After Blue, Joni needed a break from the fame and took a sabbatical in her stone cottage up in, is it British Columbia?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, see, my memory knows a little bit.
Near Ruby Lake.
Seychelles.
Jeremy, she was building the stone cottage, so she was renting a cabin, and she had a rented piano. Am I right, Bob? She rented a cabin for several months while the house was being built, and so that's actually where the songs were written.
Okay. And they're definitely, you could tell they were written in solitude. Joni was just there with her mind and her thoughts and writing these next level songs. For me, this is the album where it really, really hits. The first 4 albums had their moments, but to me, this is the first masterpiece. Like every letter is capitalized in masterpiece. So let's start talking about the cover. I guess when we did Blue, we talked about the cover for like a half hour. I know this painting is called For the Roses. That's it. I believe this was on the inner sleeve of the vinyl.
That's Judy Collins. That's a portrait of Judy Collins.
Judy Collins in the Dressing Room is the actual title of it.
Okay.
And it's taken from a photograph, actually.
Oh, wow.
I asked Judy to sign that to give to Kathy before she passed away because this was her first her favorite record, and she showed it to her husband. She said, "Louis, look, Joni did this of me. It's me." She had never made that connection to him before, so that was a moment.
I think the photograph is in the biography with the album. The photograph is pretty much the same. She's leaning back and she's got the rose up to her nose. So.
And I actually, when we did the Ladies of the Candy discussion, Chris, you mentioned the For the Roses songbook. I can't remember how that came up. We were talking about the artwork, so I found one on eBay.
You did?
And I
Well
remember
done.
reading.
I have to ask you, how much did you
That's
pay
different
for it?
than
It was
mine.
like $35.
That's great. It's come
cheap, I
down a
was
little
shocked.
bit. It was like up to like $50.
Yeah, that's what I figured it would be, but
It was
no, it was cheap, and it's actually in pretty good shape. All the pages
Oh, I'm
go in.
so happy for you. That's
It's,
wonderful. It's a jewel. It's a jewel. It
It's
really
a
is.
great book, but I remember reading years ago that this was the original. That's what she wanted on the original album cover, but
Oh,
the
wow.
record company
Oh.
didn't want it or something. I think we can see. Anyway, I remember reading. She said the original album cover was a painting I did of a horse's ass, and I assumed that's what she's talking about.
Is James Taylor the horse's ass?
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
This is a beautiful book with a lot of artwork that is only available in here, right? Some of it. Once we get to the later
Well, I'm
books,
sure it's on Morning Glory on the Vine
Yeah, some
now.
of it is.
Some
Yep.
of it's there, and some
Yeah,
of it
some
was
of
in
it
the
is.
Voices show also.
okay.
Oh,
Well, she's already always also, excuse me, told that story, Jeremy, that you mentioned that originally she had planned to have the picture that was inside on the front with a night sky over it. And I don't know how they would have done that with that photo,
Right.
but that either Elliot Roberts or David Geffen said, you don't want $3.99 plastered on your ass on a record cover. And that was what decided it.
Now it's interesting. If you look at the charts, this album actually at the time charted higher than Blue did. So at the time, it was actually a bigger success than Blue, correct?
That's because Blue probably gave her, the cred, the street cred, and the airplay that she needed to make that one more. It happens very often, I think, that artists will deliver an album, and it's not that the album is bad, but it's not as good as the one that came just before it, but it gets massive more sales and airplay and stuff like that. And it's only because of the timing and people's ability to have seen it prior. Their antennas were up now for Joni Mitchell, so
Right.
they were watching for the next one.
And this one actually had a single that charted, which is fun. Like, listen to this album. It's so deep. So it's, the fact that she wrote a hit single for it is kind of funny.
So yeah, the album went to number 11 in the top 100. So it was really her biggest hit record to date. You Turn Me On My Radio was her first top 40 hit. It went to 25. And obviously is the biggest cover, most popular cover on the record. We'll get to that later.
Right. Man, I love these discussions.
you said something funny earlier, Jeremy, about side one versus side two, and I realized I never. A lot of the Joni albums I had first run cassette, so I still think of them in terms of sides too. And I love, even as a kid, I loved sort of the album as a thing and not just a collection of songs. But this one, I don't think I had when you asked which song started side two. I didn't know, and I realized I've only ever had this one on CD, and it's a whole different way of thinking of a collection like that. I never really thought about it.
Yeah, because at the time I think I had most of the Joni albums on vinyl. And Hijira and For the Roses were the two that I couldn't find anywhere, and so I had to order them on CD. So I'd never experienced this as a side one and side two,
Yeah,
which is kind of a shame because that's how I like to experience records.
me too.
I wonder how much that affects sequencing since the CD technology.
It has to. It absolutely had to have.
With CD, you can have a continuous flow from beginning to end, whereas with a vinyl album, you had to have kind of like two ends and two beginnings.
It had one side could not be much longer than the other side. They both had to be around the same.
Unless you were Ian Anderson, and then you could do weird stuff in between that would lead from one.
Who was it? Was it Talking Heads or somebody did a 3-sided album that had two?
That was Monty Python.
Two
Matching Tie and Handkerchief.
And in Joni Mitchell world herself, Night Ride Home was the first one where she was just on CD, correct? Because I remember having Chalkmark on vinyl, so I remember the.
I have Night Ride Home on vinyl.
There is. I think Night Ride Home was released on both. I'm pretty sure.
I have it on vinyl.
Okay, I guess in my little record store, the
Mine's
vinyl
from Germany. It's not I don't think it was a U.S. pressing, but it is. I do have one.
Cool.
Chalkmark too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a Chalkmark as well.
Yep. I got Chalkmark on vinyl.
That was the first Joni album I ever bought for $2 at a flea market. So that's how here we are all these years later. It all started with the Chalkmark record for $2.
Oh, it's a good one.
That's one of my favorites. So, all right. How do you all feel about the cover, the picture of Joni? It's interesting because most of her albums are paintings. We have 2 albums in a row that are photographs of Joni. Blue, of course, was the artsy tinted photo. And then this time we have her sitting in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the photo is flipped.
Right.
The photo is flipped. Actually, she's a mirror image of herself in the actual photo.
You know, I actually always thought of Joni as being a glamorous beauty. And when I got this album, I wasn't very happy with that picture because she looks so, you know, I mean, she's doesn't have any makeup on. She's just kind of hanging out there, you know. But it goes with the album. I mean, she's getting back to her roots. So
any photo where I could see her freckles, I am completely aflutter.
How beautiful.
I love her.
She's very natural, sitting there, you know, and her face is kind of looks a little different than it usually does.
It's a very Renaissance festival outfit.
Yeah, right. And
I always love that outfit.
Her eyebrows
Velvet
seem
or
little
whatever it
better, and you know.
And of course, we had that festival at Ruby Lake where we were walking this geographical territory and wondering where exactly was this photograph taken. You know, can we find this exact spot?
Yeah.
It's interesting because when you get to Court and Spark, the next album, she was so glamorous for some of the pictures and the whole era. So it's definitely
That's a funny thing. I always thought Court and Spark was kind of the beginning of the glam, and then I realized I knew this picture from the Norman Seeff book, but
Yeah.
this was in the For the Roses songbook, and I didn't realize she had gone quite that glammy this early. It's
Nice.
Well, styles were kind of starting to change by that point. I mean,
Yeah.
during the hippie era, women didn't wear makeup that much, and
Mm-hmm.
and then in the 70s, disco came in and glamour came back, sort of.
Oh, she was wearing her deerskin boots. She had velvet on. That was about, it's still
I love it.
natural. I was so struck when we were in Seychelles that I went up to a park not far from Pam Runkle told me actually it's not far from her her house, I guess, and it's just a park, and it was overlooking the water, and I tried to ape the shot.
That's great.
Didn't do a very good job, but
Camera, Chris.
what's that?
Hold it very close to the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, it's the cheekbones, Chris.
Where's your velvet outfit, though?
Yeah, and your naked ass.
Yeah.
Oh.
So my theory is, which is probably, I'm just making this up off the top of her head. The album cover was shot when she started writing the songs, but the glamour shots were after the album was mastered, and she was already writing Court and Spark. So that's how I'm going to make sense of it in my mind, so I can survive.
That sounds about right.
Any other thoughts on the cover? The wood nymph hanging out in the woods, back to nature.
It's such a beautiful area. I've also had the opportunity to walk that property with some of the people from the JMDL, and it's gorgeous there. And that album, while the color of it, the green color, I just love that color of green and always have. I'd love to have a shirt that color, but you know, it just does capture kind of some of the magic that you feel walking around there with the arbutus trees, and that stone cottage is just magnificent. So small and, you know, just beautiful. I love that area. Really was like a magical time for me to see all that.
And the food was great too.
I'm so jealous I wasn't there. Do you feel like I'm glad that she used a picture instead of a painting. I feel like this does capture the magic of the album.
Don't you think?
That's a very personal record. A lot of it's very personal for her.
Yeah.
What does everyone think of the color of the? It feels a little washed out. The color is desaturated, doesn't it?
It's a process filter. It's
Yeah.
a process filter. You can if you Google process filter, you could probably find. You could do it to your own photographs and come up with that same. That's how I did this. I mean, this is a a normal photograph, and I ran it through a process filter, and I got closer.
Like a bit of a blue tint or something.
Yeah, it kind of just makes it look 70s-ish, and like it's been printed and faded with time a little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder too how calculated that was. I remember in Judy Collins' first book, she was talking about the cover image from her album Wildflowers, and she was living in New York, but she said we shot the picture in this field of flowers to give the impression that I was living on the West Coast in a field of flowers. And I wonder if this was kind of a way of sort of cementing this image of Joni as the hippie queen sort of thing. I don't know. I wasn't there either, but
in its own way,
I don't know.
I'll go ahead.
Because so much of this album is about a retreat. She Blue being about her crisis, kind of, and this being a retreat to that very place. I think the album cover is perfect, kind of, or at least it's part of the story for me.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite album covers of all time. I mean, I just really, I just finished a project for a friend of mine that passed away in November. And while we were doing the project, I kept asking him, what are we going to call this album? What do you want to do with the sequencings? What are your thoughts? He says, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. And we never did. He succumbed before we finished, everything that we planned to do. We did get 11 cuts, but after he passed, the thought of what he would have wanted to do came to me in a single word. And we went with that. And actually, I parallel, what I did with the concept, and actually my wife, Freda, did the actual artwork, and a friend of mine did the photography. It really, I had the same thing where you open the album out, and so it's sort of a continuation on the outside, but then on the inside we told the story with a map that actually the album is called Vessels, and on the inside it shows where the vessel is going to go on a map. And so I really had For the Roses in mind always, because I just love that album cover. Not that there's any sort of similarity to other than, like I say, when you open it up, it is sort of a continuation of a photograph or whatever, or an image.
I definitely feel this is as iconic as some of her, painted covers, and just as important to her legacy. So, all right. Any thoughts on the cover before we move on to the music? We did good. We only talked about the cover for like a half hour. Was someone going to jump in? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that I think, as has already been stated, I don't know why I'm restating it, but the cover represents what she was going through, her retreat. She said she went up there with a lot of psychology books and would start reading them and throw them against the wall because she didn't think any of them, she thought they were all BS, I think. And Nietzsche was the thing that she came out with from that. But it represents a setting, it represents retreat, and I think it's perfect.
But it's probably important to also mention that this album came out in October of 72, and she extensively toured in 72 across the country, the West Coast and the East Coast. So she had a pretty busy year. So it's not like she was gone for a year and a half or 2 years. She was gone for a couple of months.
Okay.
With Jackson Browne, I believe, as her opening.
Yeah. So yeah, some of those shows were Jackson.
Little did he know the song "Not to Blame" would be written many years later.
Yeah, and Car on a Hill.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they say anyway. That's what Sheila Weller said. I don't believe it myself, but.
So the first time I heard this album, like I said, this is one of the last ones I heard, and I knew it was between two albums that were recognized in pop culture as iconic. So I didn't know what to expect with a song called Banquet. It just seemed like such a strange title. And I'm going to tell you guys a story that's really dorky. But during our high school retreat, we went to Darien Lake. And every time we were at the top of the roller coaster, we had to yell, "Come to the dinner gong." I made all my friends do that. Going down the roller coaster. So I'm like, we had to do this for Joni Mitchell. It's funny all the different memories that music comes up. But this is an interesting song. It's a piano song. It's a song about the environment. And for an album that is so emotionally complex, it's interesting that this is the starting point. I love Banquet. I think the live version from the Wild Things Run Fast tour is one of the worst things I've ever heard. But yeah, someone else jump in. What do y'all think of Banquet?
It's an interesting opener, right? I mean, their first line is "Come to the dinner gong," which is kind of, your mom ringing the dinner bell saying, "Okay,
Right.
come to the table, here we go." And then the song gets into, basically, for me, it's about the haves and the have-nots. I mean, I think it's a great song. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Bob. I think it's more about viewing, taking a zoomed out look at society and how even I mean, of course, 50 years on, it's way worse. But even at that time, the disparity between the privileged and the unprivileged was enough to make a great song. And the imagery is sort of one of a medieval. Maybe this is just in my head, but I picture one of those giant refectory tables in a medieval castle where you've got the sort of class segregations are visible dependent on where you could sit at the table. Mm-hmm. That's where the expression "below the salt" comes from, because salt was such a treasured spice back in the Middle Ages that only the wealthy could afford it. And so if you were below the salt, you were you were low culture. And so in my mind, I don't know if this resonates with anyone else, but I think of this sort of giant wooden table in a medieval castle.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I agree.
She had done, I think she had gotten some good response for her ecological anthem, Big Yellow Taxi. That was obviously a fairly well, played song. And then I think after Blue, she probably thought, I better remind folks that I can write not just from a personal standpoint, and wanting to get more into what can I do good for other people. And I think she wrote about the haves and the have-nots. I think that she was wrestling a little bit with that with herself, because she realized she was successful now, and she didn't have to worry about where her next meal was coming from, or where and there was inequity that she that she was feeling, and I think she wanted to remind people that she could remind herself that she could write more about the human condition. And I think this was one of the first steps back.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is maybe the first of her songs where she's really looking out at the world. And it's in a somewhat critical manner. And she's talking, like Dave said, about the haves and the have-nots, and the people that have, some come to Jesus, some come to heroin, So there's this whole spectrum that she's talking about here. And Steel Eye Span have an album called Below the Salt. They were a folk rock group in the 70s. And the cover is the band all kind of dressed in rags, looking like medieval, really poor people sitting, eating at a banquet table. So I have that whole image too, about this huge, long banquet table heaped up with all this food, and yet some people are getting their fill and some people are getting hardly anything at all. And it is her looking out at society and being critical, I think, maybe for the first time, except for maybe Big Yellow Taxi.
I feel like
there's Chris's favorite, the arrangement. I know you love that song.
Oh, yeah.
I love that tune.
For as emotionally exploratory as this album is, I feel like Joni started zoomed out, and as the album went on, she kept zooming further and further in. So I feel like, the album starts kind of with the big picture before she gets a little bit more internal. I feel like it's almost like, for free, where you're in the limousine. One person's in the limousine, one person's playing the clarinet on the street corner, the haves and the have-nots. It seems like she was continuing that struggle so much that took her to the woods in a cabin.
Well, it's worth remembering that the span of time between herself being penniless and now being wealthy enough to buy this huge property in BC was what, 6 years? What, 1966, 65, she was pretty much, working for tips, right? And then 7 years later, she was able to buy this place. And that's not a big span of time.
Self-sufficiently too. She was married, divorced. This was hers, solitary. She had done this for herself. This was a big moment, I think, for her to have that property.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty amazing that she can actually, step down and look at, where she came from, and also, the lines like some watch their kids grow up, some watch their stocks and bonds. She's looking at all the different ways that people can live their lives and how lucky she was to, have the talent she had.
Right.
I think that, in certain ways, I remember that line that when she left Chuck and she finally figured out that she was going to be famous. It's like this, I can't remember what book it was in, but she was like, yeah, I'm going to be famous. And she kind of had this feeling like it was like she was walking through this huge door, and now she's there, and she had that kind of a breakdown around Blue, and she's still grappling with this stuff, but her ability to honestly put it on paper and make a song out of it is just so brilliant. She just always digs deep down in her experience to write this stuff.
And I love how it starts. The piano is almost like this rumbling. It's like she's the mama lion leaping into this song and into this record.
Very strong.
What do you think about in the cookie I read? Because that sounds to me, knowing how literal some of her songs some of her imagery can be, it sounds to me like she at some point had a fortune cookie that said some get the gravy, some get the marrow, some get. And she actually thought, oh, that'll make a great song.
Yeah, right. And it all came out of that.
There's so many examples of where when we research a lyric, we find out, like, humble makes pure. Like, we'll probably talk about that. There was a thread 10 years ago on the JMDL about how there actually was an oil company called Humble, and they made a product called Pure. Remember that thread?
Yep.
That was a dual
companies
meaning line, and so more and more you discover that these are not kind of flights of poetic imagination. This is an actual thing.
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right with the fortune cookie.
Who knew when she ordered takeout that day that we get this masterpiece of a song?
They must have had better fortune cookies back then.
Yeah.
Instead of you will meet a dark stranger.
Right.
Hey,
Glad we never
Cat,
got back.
you may not play my guitar.
Here.
No.
It's interesting too because I feel like Joni's struggle with keeping to her roots but having the money, some of that in the song continued right through to boho dance, in my opinion. What is Javex?
It's a bleach, a Canadian bleach.
A Canadian bleach?
brand.
Okay.
Oh, Javex, yes.
Rabbit's bottle.
And Yankee yachts are a specific kind of yacht. Yankee yachts are on the west coast of America.
Okay.
But Bob, Jim Longview had this, we talked about For the Roses a couple of weeks ago, and we were starting to think that maybe the coastline that she was looking out on was Maine at the time. Yankee yacht, lobster pots, and sunshine. That sounds more like Maine to me.
Absolutely.
Possibly.
It's possible. Those boats could go anywhere. They could be there.
I know.
Lobsters in British Columbia? I don't know.
Lobster pots off BC.
I don't know about that.
I just always assumed Yankee yachts referred to American yachts.
Yeah, I
I
did
didn't
too.
know that they were specifically about any particular kind of boat.
And if she was, a lot of this record's about James Taylor, and he and his family have this place at Martha's Vineyard, so she would have been there.
Oh, that's true.
Mm.
That could be Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, are lobster traps called lobster pots, or is this where
No.
you cook the lobster?
Not that I'm aware.
That's probably where you cook the
traps.
lobster. That's a good point.
They're how you catch.
Yeah.
So is lobster on the menu for the banquet table? Getting cooked in the lobster pot?
Not below the salt.
Not below the-
They get the
They get
gristle.
the gristle and the marrow bone.
Just cover your ears as they scream when you put them in the boiling water.
Oh.
Oh,
I think it's the marrow bone line that makes me think of the medieval table where there's like the dogs and the poor are fighting over the bones.
So does anybody else have an opinion on the Wild Things Run Fast full band version of Banquet? Because I just thought it was awful.
I really liked it at
You
the
liked it?
time, but I was stoned to begin with. My wife was in college at LSU, and I was visiting her, and she had bought the tickets, and she was so nervous because she knew I was in the industry, and she knew Joni Mitchell was like God. Everyone else thinks it's Eric Clapton, but we all know the truth, right? So
Yeah.
she was so worried that the tickets weren't going to be, suitable for my liking, but they were like about 3 rows in front of the sound engineer, dead center, looking at the stage. And, I was floored. I was really pleased. It was a surprise. I didn't know it was happening. That version, I mean, I certainly like the original version better. But I always liked when she dove into her stuff and, put it in the blender and remix it and decided to do something else. Same thing with Song for Sharon. She sort of did the same treatment, making it more of a rock song and more guitar oriented. I think that had to do with Mike Landau being in the band and that guitar sound of his. I also, that same show, she did something from Court and Spark, and it might have been Court and Spark. I don't remember what song it was, but she started it and flubbed the lyrics, and I'd never heard her do that before.
Wow.
And it's like every time I've ever sang her, I always fuck something up. It's like it's just so hard to do her stuff, and even though I try so hard. It's wonderful music, but it's so hard to do. But I was so pleased to know that, wow, she actually is human. She even fucks up her own stuff. So
I
it was
saw
a great night.
that tour at the Jones Beach Amphitheater, and I don't remember her playing Banquet with the band that night.
They did do it.
But I do remember the pre-show music. Mike, did they use Music for Airport as the pre-show music?
Brain.
So that's I know that's an obscure question. Nobody.
It was some very powerful sinsemilla that somebody had.
It was as ambient as possible. I couldn't believe it, but I liked it very much. And I asked the sound guy. I walked over to the sound guy and I asked him, "What are you playing?" And he said, "Music for Airports." I said, "Oh, okay."
Wow.
So Chris, I think I might have been at that same show. Was that the show where they had a lightning storm?
No, it's funny. I don't remember a lightning storm that night. I remember a lightning storm when I saw what's his name, Van Morrison. He played a set. He played his entire set in 37 minutes.
Oh,
it was ridiculously fast. And then suddenly the skies opened up, and he went from 0 to hero in like that. No, but I remember a beautiful full moon rising over the center of the stage.
Yeah.
At the amphitheater. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful night.
Well, I'll just add about the 1983 cover of Banquet, Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Most of you probably know what they did with Bruce Springsteen's Blinded by the Light, right?
Mm-hmm.
They jacked it up. So in '86, they did a version of Banquet, jacked up, probably inspired by her '83 version on the tour. Probably. I don't know that for a fact, but probably.
Probably, yeah.
Because why else in '86 would you do a song from '72 that was actually pretty obscure?
Yeah.
For sure.
And that '83 tour, as we all know, went all over the world. Japan, Australia, all over Europe, all over America. I mean, he was everywhere.
How many of those shows do you have, Bob? How many '83 shows do you have in your archive?
Gee whiz, like 75 maybe.
Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I just know it from the VHS. The Refuge of the Roads beat.
Where did you keep all of this stuff, Bob?
I've got a big wooden cabinet upstairs.
I would say there might have to be another house.
Right.
You'd be surprised. That houses pretty easily, along with all the covers.
All right. Well, any thoughts on Banquet before we move on to track 2?
So speaking of covers.
Oh, yeah. We always have to talk about the covers.
There's not going to be a lot of covers of For the Roses songs. They just haven't been covered much for many, many reasons, which I'll be happy to discuss. Banquet's been covered 3 times only, once by Manfred Mann. We said that. The first one was Lanny Hall in '73. Lanny Hall was in Sergio Mendes in Brazil, '66. She married Herb Alpert, who was the A in A&M Records. So she was the first one, '73. It's a nice cover. So, but only 3 covers of the song.
After Blue, like every song on Blue had like dozens of covers. I feel like.
Yeah, Blue had like almost all those songs are in the top 40 covers of all time.
Right.
But For the Roses songs, as Robin will attest, they're hard to sing. They're very complex, and some of the lyrics are really obscure. Right? I mean, if you're singing River, I made my baby cry. I made my baby say goodbye. We can all relate to that.
Sure.
But some of these songs is like, I don't know what these words mean. And I certainly can't sing glide, Banquet does. So it's difficult.
Well,
You get
like on Lesson in Survival, she's playing to herself. So some of those lines, when we did the album with Barnaby, where we can lock in, she locks in with herself, but when you have an accompanist, it's a little more challenging.
What an accompanist.
Is it accompanist or accompanist? Accompanist.
The rhythms of each verse on that song, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but the amount of syllables in the line where could you believe in something once I could and then the next verse is a different number of syllables, and she literally kind of hovers until she hits the word. And so to notate that, there's no quick way to do it, even though there's 3 verses that are more or less similar.
It changes time signature 5 times, Dave. It's crazy.
Chris, in order to accommodate the amount of syllables and notate it correctly, there has to be 3 different places. It was written out 3 different ways.
I'll say, I think if I'm not mistaken, the last song she wrote and did for Blue was the last time I saw Richard. And if you look at that song, the style of that song is similar to a lot of what happens on For the Roses.
It's the bridge.
Yeah. They're kind of just rambling and more based on chord textures and patterns and not necessarily usual song structure. So I think that was kind of a takeoff for what we're hearing on this record.
Well, I think there's classical influence like Ludwig's. I mean that's those instrumental interludes. I mean that's
that's symphonic, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the first time she used that cadenza thing in the middle of a tune, and then she developed it more on Down to You, and then finally with Paprika Plains, it became a major thing that she trusted herself to do that.
I think Let the Wind Carry Me has a huge one too. I mean,
yeah.
That's,
Yeah, but none as big as Paprika Plains. But you could see how the development of the instrumental interlude began with Judgment.
Now, Bob, like you were saying, a lot of the songs on Blue are accessible to a lot of people. But the thing I loved about For the Roses is like at this point in my life when I got this album, I just felt like such an outsider. And these songs are tailored for someone built emotionally a specific type of way. And that's why I love this album is, this is us right here. Like these songs are about people that are just emotionally built,
Yeah.
kind of
I
way.
agree with that. Yeah.
We're
You may
special.
be an outsider, but you're in such good company.
Yes, the best company.
With Joni Mitchell, oh my God.
Well, we have a concert coming up, or it's a house concert, and we're doing songs from several of the albums. But so we've done this medley, starting with for the Roses,
For the Roses,
and then we go into Bar and Grill, and the lyrics are so dense in those three songs. Most of these people that are coming are Joni fans, so I don't think there'll be a problem with that. But it's, we go 1, 2, 3 with those songs, and they're just so dense with lyrics that for some people it's a little difficult.
I don't know how you do it, Robin.
What's the third one that you're doing? What's the third one in the medley?
What?
We're doing For the Roses, and then Bar and Grill, and then Lesson in Survival.
We have a nice transition with Bar and Grill into.
So what we're actually going to do next month is this concert that's more or less chronological from Song to a Seagull through Turbulent Indigo. So we're doing 2 or 3 songs from each record, skipping over kind of a block in the 80s. But it's really kind of fun to present the material to some people who probably don't know her in a here's the evolution of this artist kind of thing in one evening.
Wow.
To go from Dawn Treader to Yvette.
Right.
Where is that going to be?
In Carlsbad.
Lovely.
We're in California, for those that don't know.
There's a JMDLer called Amy, and she's hosting us in her place, and it's kind of she's an epidemiologist, so she's been waiting till the coast is clear to actually have an audience come to her backyard to do this.
Nice.
What day is it? Is it after they're going to lift the mask mandate?
12.
Oh, I think it's just before. I think they're lifting the mask mandate June 15th.
12th of June?
Well, we're making it it's only for fully vaccinated people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not general public.
It's not going to be over 50 people, around 40 to 50. Outside.
It'd be funny when someone watches these like 30 years from now, we're talking about masks and vaccinations.
I was thinking that probably in a couple of years, people will go to Halloween parties dressed as 2020.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me started. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so Banquet. The second song, Joni's guitar comes in and we hear the slap. And, we talked on Blue how playing the dulcimer changed the way Joni Mitchell played the guitar forever, because that slap lasted all the way through to Shine. Is this the first time we heard the slap on the guitar?
Could be.
I think it could be.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bob.
This is.
I think it's the first time we heard her play 12-string also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was literally driving in my car trying to think of all the first 4 albums to think if we heard the slap. And I couldn't find it in my mind anywhere. So we'll say Cold Blue Steel and Sweet Fire began a style of guitar playing that Joni kept till today.
Yeah, it's really great. This song just blew my mind, even before I learned how to play guitar.
Yeah.
It was just it was like watching a movie or something, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like there she has this like bluesy type of like screenplay of addiction that and we were just talking about lyrics. Try to say Oh, what was the line I always mess up?
Pincushion prick fixes.
Yes, yes.
Pincushion prick fix this poor
What is
bad.
it?
Pincushion prick,
Pincushion prick
for bad dreamer.
Fix this poor rap dreamer.
Bad dreamer, isn't it?
Bad dreamer.
Rap dreamer?
Bad dreamer.
I thought it was
I
rad.
just realized one of
Poor rap
my
dreamer.
favorite.
I thought it was wrapped.
Might be
I'm pretty sure it's bad.
bad dreamer.
Okay, Sue, you point out that it's bluesy, and have we even heard her do bluesy before this? I mean, this looks forward to "Don't Interrupt the Sorrow."
Yeah, for sure.
The same tuning, and it is as difficult. To me anyway, a sensitively has to be performed very sensitively, otherwise the rhythm just doesn't work, and it's strange. I've only hit it with this tuning for some reason.
Well, when I started learning how to play this song, I realized that she is playing a certain pattern that is so different from the way she's singing it. And she does that with many songs. There's this, very, structured way that she's doing the chord changes, and you have to sing over that in a different way and learn all the lyrics and all this. But once you get it, once it clicks, I mean, it's just so amazing. And I find that I have to play it kind of strong. Like, there is a softness to some of the ways that she's strumming, but the bass lines that she does are very.
It's dark. It's dark and urban.
He's poor bad dreamer.
Yeah, bad dreamer.
Mitchell.com.
Bad dream, wrapped. I like wrapped, but I guess I'll have to say bad.
I thought it was rad, R-A-D.
Yeah, it says pin cushion prick fix this poor bad dreamer.
Right.
Money.
And let's just say
Cold
the guitar chords and the lyrics are a perfect match in this song.
Oh yeah.
The dark, sinewy,
Exactly.
Addiction. It's
Urban,
maybe
dark,
the
shadowy.
best match of music and lyrics that I can think of.
Red water in the bathroom sink. That's dark.
Yeah.
For me, this was her first score where she was
I like Fever the Scum Brown Bowl. I just read that it's actually Fever and the Scum Brown Bowl. But
Yes.
I like Fever in the Scum Brown
I always
Bowl.
thought it was Fever in too. I never looked at that.
So apparently none of us really know the lyrics. That's
Apparently not.
I'm going to stick with in. It's a misprint. It's a typo.
Listen to how heavy metal this is. Isn't that
so good?
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's really great.
Such a powerful song. I mean, and lyrically, it's almost like a stream of consciousness thing on the part of this addict. I mean, these bits of images, edgy black cracks of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And excuse me. Go ahead, somebody else.
I heard this on Miles of Miles first, so I always felt like about it. But then when I heard on For the Roses, oh shit! Like, it was loving the first time I heard it. And this is a really tasty album to listen to in headphones. The two guitars panned on each side just takes you away.
James Taylor cannot listen to this song.
Yeah.
That's he claims anyway that he cannot hear it.
He said in a recent interview that he's never heard it. You can't listen to it.
Wow.
But to me, by the time she was having her relationship with James, he had already been through this type of thing. I mean, I know he was using, but I doubt that she ever witnessed him in that state that she describes in the song. I know at one point his father had to go pick him up in New York because he was so down and out. But
I've always wondered just a little bit, and maybe I'm saying this out loud, did Joni have experience with using?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think she did.
I mean, she might have been able to control it. It didn't consume her, but
Cocaine for sure, but I don't.
Cocaine for sure, yeah.
I don't think she ever stuck a needle in her arm. I really don't.
Her addiction was nicotine.
Sure.
No.
Grounding drug.
Yeah, no, really.
It's a
Stop.
drug of clarity, don't you know?
Yes.
Well,
Because when
one-
you're talking
one
about
for her.
crazy,
Frank Capra used to call cigarettes a food.
We should also mention, isn't this the introduction of Tom Scott into the Joni Mitchell universe?
Yeah. He was 25 and he went by Tommy back then. And so she brought him in and she said when he worked with her in the studio, he would ask her and say, well, are you playing an E flat there, Joni? And she said, I have no idea. She didn't know the names of the notes on the piano, which is astounding because this is her best piano music that she ever wrote was on this album. And according to Tom Scott anyway, she didn't know anything what she was doing other than where to put her fingers. Now she learned, once she got together with other musicians more, but this was the album where she hadn't really worked with anyone else until a little bit on Blue, but basically this is the first time she even had any other musicians to speak of on a record, and that must have been a huge change for her to get used to that, having to explain something to somebody.
So even this far into her career, she was really just playing by ear. Is that what you mean? Wow.
Now, once she got together with Garen, I imagine that Garen maybe, explained some stuff to her that
Where
would
she learned where one was.
translate
Third
it.
of the chord and where one was.
But Tom Scott, he did a brilliant job of extrapolating what she was doing. I think especially on Bar and Grill.
Oh, yeah.
He does these close-voiced four-part flute harmonies that are so wonderful that was one of the things that caught my ear when I was 17. I'm going, I have to get this record. It wasn't so much about her, it was about I got to figure out what's going on here.
This is a new record company too.
Oh,
by
yeah.
the way. So this
Asylum.
is Asylum now. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Asylum.
I mean, it's all Warner, but still,
David Geffen. This is David Geffen stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is the first Geffen?
Yep.
Well, it's not Geffen Records, but it is.
No, it's not Geffen Records, but he's behind it.
Right.
Asylum.
All right. Well, do we have any other thoughts on Cold Blue Steel before we move on to the lovely Bar and Grill?
Well, this is pretty nerdy, but I think that the first guitar track was recorded at home. If you listen, it's really noisy, and
Yes, it is.
you would not get that from a studio recording. As soon as the second guitar comes in, it's, you don't hear the noise so much anymore, but that exposed intro, and this is the same as Blue Motel Room. I'm convinced that she recorded that guitar track at home and then brought it and dumped it onto the multi-track in the studio because it's very noisy and there's lots of like kitchen, dining room kind of ambience on it that you would never get in a studio. Certainly not.
I always blame Blue Motel Room on a sizzle cymbal. I'm wrong.
Well, I'm convinced that she had a little portable recorder that she could lay ideas down. I mean, who didn't? But she actually used some of those tracks and transferred them to the multi-track to add stuff to, and those are the ones with the noise on.
Yeah, I remember the first time hearing this on
For
CD.
real.
There definitely was a lot of noise in that guitar track.
Right, but there's not on any of the rest of the record.
Right, it's interesting. Bob, were there 30 covers of Cold Blue Steel and Sweet Fire?
No. It's only 10, which is double digits, which for this record is a lot.
Wow.
The first one was Tim Curry in 1979, who Joni says his cover was better than hers. As Dave said, it's meant to be like a heavy metal recording. And Joni said in an interview in the late 80s in England, she said, these words are meant to be spat out. She said, and I didn't spit them out. Tim Curry spat them out. So it starts out, don't feel out of money. So yeah, he jacked it up and he had a first cover 79. So it was 7 years after the record came out was the very first cover. And there's been 9 more since then.
Undercovered.
Who'd want to cover Blue when you can cover Cold Blue Steel?
It's a great song.
Oh, I love it.
heroin addiction as a theme is marketable.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ask Lou Reed.
Marianne Faithfull never did that one, did she?
She did Amelia.
I'd love to hear Marianne Faithfull do this.
I would too.
So I just have to say something. This is kind of gossipy, but when I was at Joni 75, Emmylou Harris did Cold Blue Steel, and she really messed it up.
Really?
I heard that.
God bless her.
Yeah.
I just couldn't understand why she thought that was a good idea to do that song.
It's out of her range, isn't it? I feel like
Yeah,
it's not
and she. I mean, it was sad.
It just
How did she mess it up? What happened?
She messed up the lyrics. The guitar didn't really go. I don't know what it was. Do you remember that pause?
Yeah, it was not pleasant. Although,
Yeah.
you know, Emmylou, I have a soft spot in my heart for.
Oh, I love her too.
Oh, I love
Talking
Emmylou.
about
This
her
breaks my
last night.
heart.
I can't remember if it did it make the movie.
No, it was cut.
No, it had to be cut.
Actually, I'll tell y'all. I ran into Danny Capillion last night, or actually night before. We went to see Tank and the Bangers live music in New Orleans.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a festival. Yeah, it was a beautiful experience. But he came out to say hello to my friend, and he's produced so many shows. He actually came over for dinner a few months ago and brought me a copy of the DVD that he signed and stuff. I had been hearing about him for so many years, and likewise, I guess Kay Ashley and a lot of people on the JMDL have mentioned my name to him. So it's like everywhere I go, I hear your name. And so finally, we got to meet, and yeah, we're talking about co-producing something together. So
Nice.
stay tuned.
Wonderful.
Khaki and I
Congratulations.
sat
That's
next
great.
to him at the SF Jazz Banquet.
Wow.
So just for fun, this is a little bit of an off topic. What's Joni Mitchell song that Emmylou Harris should have done?
Ooh.
Well, she did Magdalene Laundries very well.
Magdalene.
Turn Me On my radio might have been a cool one for her.
I think she could have done Song for Sharon too. She would have done well with that.
what about For the Roses?
Yeah, that would be nice too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Guitar.
Well, Diana Krall was already bagged that tune for that night. Did Diana Krall do For the Roses, or who am I
Yeah,
thinking?
no, Diana Krall did it that night. Yeah, 75.
I didn't really care for Diana Krall's version. It just, she went off on the
Meandered, yeah.
and it's such a personal, intimate song. If you over jazz it, you kind of miss the meaning of it, you know.
I kind of struggle a little bit with people covering Joni Mitchell, and that's why I love everyone's versions in here, because they just get to the heart.
Yeah.
And that's where these songs belong,
True.
in my opinion.
Well, Joni herself said that she's heard a lot of covers of her stuff, and she says most people don't understand that you have to approach these from a kind of an acting perspective. You're acting a role, and you're doing a scene, and the singer is the actor, and it's not necessarily about her. She visualized these songs as roles to play, and she says people just take it as material with a melody and chord changes, and when you do that, you completely lose the perspective of the theater.
I
Also said if you try to make it pretty, then you're not going to get it.
I come from a jazz background, and having played with a lot of jazz musicians, many of whom are not that wild about singers, you know, you'll be doing this ballad, and you know everybody wants to solo, and by the time the singer sings through the song, and then you've got, depending on how many players, you've got 3 or 4 solos that go on, and then you come back, and it just it takes away from the sentiment of the song. I think that's something you have to be really careful when you have a singer and understand. And that's why I love playing with Dave, because he's a sensitive accompanist. Accompanist? Accompanist.
I like accompanist too. That's what I say.
It's like reoccurring dream.
Is it saxophonist or saxophonist?
In England, it's a saxophonist.
Better not to use them at all.
Yeah.
Sax on, sax off.
or use them together.
Oh man, this could be a long night.
I know.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
We're an hour and a half in, and we're not even on track 3.
Right.
Before we move on, though, I'm noting that we have some Marianne Faithfull fans in here. So some year after we're done with Joni Mitchell, I do want to tackle Marianne Faithfull. So stick around if anyone wants to with Marianne. All right, we're moving on to track 3. We have a waitress with Singapore slings. We have some really great clarinet and what is it, flute or clarinet from Tommy Scott.
4 flutes.
4 flutes.
Wow.
And soprano sax, but where he's doubling her riff, those are 4 flutes, including alto flute.
This is such an interesting little piece of music that it's so endearing to me. I love it so much. I can't even say anything else.
It's cool. It's a great little jazzy tune. And I mean, to hear the way she introduced it when she played it live, she had part of the song written and part of it not. And she was driving home late at night from the studio, stopped at a gas station to fill up her car. And the gas attendant comes up and says, what are you doing out so late? She says, well, I'm a musician. And he says, are you a singer? And she says, yeah. He says, I'm a singer. And so they're having this conversation. And Joni says, I really just want gas and fill up my car and let me get the hell out. She says, go ahead and sing. So he starts singing, the guy at the gas pump's got a lot of soul. He sings Merry Christmas, just like Nat King Cole and White Walls and all that. So that's what he did. So she says, okay, I can finish the song now based on this guy at the gas station.
So awesome.
Yeah, it fits perfect.
Yeah. That first line too. The guy at the gas pumps, he's got a lot of soul. He sings "Merry Christmas" for you, just like Nat King Cole. I mean, the rhythm in that, you really, it's not that easy to have it groove properly.
Yeah, these songs are tough to sing. I mean, my hat's off to you, Robin, for doing these songs.
This is another tune that's quite bluesy because of the Mixolydian mode that she uses, but that means this. It's that sound. But she uses this device that Paul McCartney used a lot, where she goes to the 4 minor. So if it was really bluesy, it would be. But she goes to this beautiful 4 minor chord, and so that it veers away from the expected thing. Lovely movement.
And she doesn't know why she does it.
Right.
It just feels right.
It happens organically.
I always love where she digs into really punishing the strings there is fantastic.
The first time I met Dave Blackburn, I think we met in it was in a hotel room when I was on tour, right, Dave?
Yeah.
And so we played a little bit together, and I had learned bar and grill, and I was trying to play it, but he played it and was like, oh, so that's the way you do it. Yeah, I mean, he digs in so much. Those fingernails and stuff, what a master.
Your fingernails.
So much fun.
It's a nice
scratch my back with those. Oh my God.
Yeah, the Tampa, please. Now I'm going to say that the waitresses were wearing. I think those diamond earrings are fake. That those waitresses are wearing for sure.
Sure.
Well, is that black diamond shaped earrings or
right?
Black diamond. What is a black diamond? I don't know.
It's the name of the next Janet Jackson album.
It's a cheap piece of plastic cut to look like it's faceted. That's what a black diamond
that's
is.
kind of.
Well, it's also a Kiss song, Black Diamond.
I
have to admit that for
Black Diamond.
Maybe black diamonds are rare. I mean, real black diamonds. I don't know.
I have to admit, I was not aware of the way she was playing with words and places in this song
If
for
they're
a
all
long,
wearing
long
black
time.
diamond earrings, it's their uniform because that's what they have to wear when they're serving.
My internet.
They're all wearing them.
They're all wearing them.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do the humble makes pure.
Yeah, somebody tell that again. That was an interesting factoid.
Well, and this has been a good 10 years or so since this thread, and Bob or Mark might remember it better than me, but or Sue, but I think she capitalizes humble and pure.
Yep.
And then that stimulated some research, and we found that there was maybe in Canada there was an oil company called Humble, and they made a product called Pure. And
I
so
think they were associated with Esso.
So the line is actually a gag.
Yeah.
And it's in quotation marks here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she has quotation marks around humble makes pure.
But I love that literalness that gets spun into a philosophical or almost religious kind of aphorism, but it actually stems out of this really banal thing of an oil company.
We'll get there again for
Folly?
Exxon Blue and Radiation Rose, which
Right.
I think are just colors.
So is folly a place?
What?
Just
It's
the Google Map folly to see.
it's near folly.
Well, she's saying
But my internet is really bad, so.
some say it's in service. They say humble makes pure. You're hoping that's near folly because you're headed that way for sure. And I don't know if there is such a place as
Well,
folly.
but I'm once again quoting JoniMitchell.com. Folly is capitalized.
Yeah.
So
She's making these into place names, and they're just words, really. I mean, some say it's in service. You get this simplicity or whatever the hell it is that she's talking about in the song. They say humble makes pure. You're hoping that's near folly because you're headed that way for sure.
Look at the irony, Mark, of service as in, of helping the poor versus a
Right.
service station.
Right.
Yeah.
I think she's playing Scrabble.
It's a double meaning with throughout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do have to say I love the diversity of our panel because I always got to come in with the lowbrow thing, and basically all I think about are boys and eggs over easy.
oh,
That's all I need. That's all I need in life.
that's a low blow.
About zombie.
Sorry. Was that a double entendre? Sorry. Once again, decorum, I apologize. I'm having a martini in the honor of my friend Kaki.
Yeah.
No, keep drinking the martinis. We have many songs to
I don't
go.
have a martini, but
I'm with you, Michael.
Yeah,
Here's to Khaki. This is her
and
favorite.
For the Roses was our connection in life.
Oh,
We had such a close relationship. And over the years, God, so many conversations. I really beg to know where she would have stood on the whole MAGA debacle, because we had many fights over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Hopefully she would have drawn a line there. I hope she would have.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I really do think so. I hope so, but yeah, we had so many arguments over the years, but still, we're best friends. One of my all-time favorite people, and
Yeah. Me too.
one of my all-time favorite hearts.
And she was always so reasonable in her arguments. I think
Oh yeah,
she would have, no, she would never have.
no, I don't think so.
Never.
I miss her so badly, but she should have been on this discussion because
Sure.
so many times at the place on Grant Street, man, we rocked it out to For the Roses so many times.
At the memorial, was it at her mother's house?
Mhm.
Dave and I did Judgment of the Moon and Stars.
Oh yeah, that's
You did it a cappella.
Yeah, because I didn't have it memorized. So
I did it a cappella.
We actually got to perform the whole For the Roses album with Kaki in the audience, though. So that was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So is this a friend of yours that was part of the?
He was a long-term
Yeah.
JMDL member that was a mainstay.
A good friend of Paus's.
Okay.
And she lived in LA, so we got to know her personally quite a bit.
Jeremy, she was probably the most inclusive person I've ever met in my
Yes.
life.
She reached out to everybody.
So I'm getting teary-eyed. I never even met this person. So we're dedicating this discussion to your friend.
Thanks so much.
Nice.
Catherine Harity.
Yeah.
All right. Any thoughts on Bar and Grill before we pull out of the gas station?
The first cover was 74 by, no surprise, jazz singer Mark Murphy, who went on to do three more Joni covers. It's been done 10 times. I think most recently by Robert Glasper, who's a huge jazz, funk, R&B artist. Michael probably knows him, probably had breakfast with him this morning.
I toured with him with Terrence.
Yeah, of course.
So
It's a great tune. It's very accessible. So
right.
It's one of the more easily covered tunes on this record.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I didn't think it's so easy. Wow.
It's a little, it's interesting. I think the tuning's, it's an open D, but she puts the D, it's DAC, F sharp AD.
It's a D7 chord.
Yeah, so it's pretty nice.
I think that line, none of the crazy you get from too much choice, is quite a famous line I heard a woman on TV, I think it was on a political thing, use that line. It's like entering the lexicon, almost like Paved Paradise or We Are Stardust. It's one of Joni's many lines that has entered the lexicon.
It's a great line.
Yeah.
And I agree.
If you're ever in the cereal aisle at the supermarket, you understand what she means.
Or on Grindr.
Any aisle.
Or any aisle. So,
all right, so for track 4, we're moving back to the piano and Lesson in Survival. This is a deep damn song. This isn't Emotions 101 anymore. This is one of the songs I listen to. I'm like, shit, that's me.
Yeah.
And this is
Just
this
like
song
me,
right
yeah.
here is where only Joni Mitchell could write this song. No one else could write this song the way she did. It's beautiful. Who wants to jump in with a Lesson in Survival?
Dave, do it.
play it.
Oh, no.
No. I'm saying you should talk about it because you know it musically. You know it intimately. You did the transcription. You did the.
Well, yeah. So, let me just wear a guitar here. So,
Should we just do it?
should we just play it?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah, let's have some music.
Yeah.
This is
What a
so
concept.
great. Oh,
So this is. I did the transcription of all the piano pieces on this record for the Joni website, and then I ended up learning some of them on the guitar. So this is more or less what you can play on the guitar of the piano part. Sorry.
Lesson in survival, spinning out on turns that get you tough. Who books the Bible? Only a reminder that you're just not good enough. You need to believe in something that's not good enough. Back road, double yellow line. Friends and kin, kids in the kitchen, that's fine sometimes. But I know my needs, my sweet tumbleweed. I need more quiet time by a river flowing, you and me, deep kisses and the sun going down. Maybe it's paranoia, maybe it's sensitivity. Your friends protect you, scrutinize me. I get so damn timid, not at all the spirit that's inside of me. Oh baby, I can't seem to make it with you socially. There's this reef around me, looking way out at the ocean. Love to see the green I'm gonna get a boat and we can throw it if you ever get the notion to be needed by me. Fresh salmon frying and the tide rolling in. I went to see a friend tonight, was very late when I walked in. My talking as a ramble revealed suspicious reasoning. The visit seemed to darken him. I came in as bright as a neon light and I burned out right there before him. I told him these things I'm telling you now. Watch them buckle up in his brow. When you dig down deep, you lose good sleep, and it makes you have your company. I will always love you. Hands are like magnet and iron, the soul.
Oh,
That was beautiful.
Fantastic guitar arrangement, Dave. Wonderful, Robin.
Okay.
Phenomenal.
That verse is the one that gets me.
I'm speechless. I have nothing to say.
wonderful.
I have to ask, when was the last time, do you think, I mean, we're reading all about, Joni has her house, she has these house parties, people come to her, and she takes up court and all this stuff. When was the last time, do you think, she was with somebody who she realized she was bringing them down, or otherwise she was disappointing them, or and cared enough to even write about it? I mean, when did that, does it stop? Can it stop? Where has it been? I'm trying to think of it because this was such a great depiction of that event when you realize that you've had an interaction with somebody you treasure, and you let them down somehow.
You darken them.
That verse always really hit home with me because there's been so many times in my life I was around people. Let's have fun, and I have serious stuff to talk about, and that always really hit home with me because I've been that person.
I mean, we've all kind of been through this, with the pandemic and everything. We've all had a lot of heaviness in our lives, within the last year or so. Some of us longer than that, but it's hard. When do you realize you can't be a downer all the time, or you can't do that. This was a brilliant piece of writing for personal expression.
But Dave and I get along so well because
we lose good sleep.
we can get really dark and it's okay.
And that's a brilliant piece of communication. May you never lose that.
Yeah.
I love digging down deep. Yeah.
See, I feel like I've always had the darkness, but without the fresh salmon frying in the next room.
Have you been heavy company?
I think it's hard to find people you can do that with.
Yeah.
When you do, you need to hang on to them,
Yeah.
It really is very hard and very special when you can find somebody that you can do that with.
Well, here we are, guys.
Here we are.
Believe me.
And I hope Joni still has that person in her life where, she doesn't have to be on for. I mean, I don't really know anything about her life now, but we all have to have that person.
She has a couple of friends.
Val. I bet Val.
That's
Val,
what I was
probably.
thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Valentino, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people who have been in her life for a long time. Yeah.
Well, do you think, though, since the aneurysm that she wants her life to be lighter and just
It seems kind of like it.
live and have fun?
Yeah.
I think so.
It seems like it.
And wear whatever she wants. Right?
I'm so
Yeah, I mean, I think she realizes now we're in the bonus tracks portion of my life.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
I love that she had her hair all curly and
Oh, it looked right. It looked really cute.
Although I have to ask, to get a dye job like that, man, don't you have to lay on an uncomfortable position for a really long time? She's got
Worth it, man.
She's got post-polio syndrome. I mean, God, how could she do that? How
Beauty
could
is
she do that?
painful, man. Beauty is painful.
I'm not going to hold the guitar, but I'll get the dye job. I'm just so glad she's still with us.
I know, me too.
Amen.
I'd love to know how she feels about the whole MAGA thing.
Oh man,
Well, I would like to know that too.
Go there, you know.
I think that we would know. She would tell us straight on if we were sitting with her.
Well, she was appalled by Reagan, and that was that's entry level.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, she would. We all know where she stands on the whole MAGA thing.
I think she worries that the truth is lost right now. So she doesn't have a lot to say because Joni Mitchell doesn't lie.
I mean, Shine was kind of, you know.
Yeah. I wonder if she plugs into all of that much. I mean,
She may just not want to, you know.
I don't know.
I don't want to.
You know,
Yeah, I hear you.
interview with Clive Davis, you know, they got kind of go over, you know, her early period, and I mean, what I want to know is, what are you thinking now? What are you going on now? She's our sage, you know. We need to know.
Yeah.
Is there any hope?
Because right before the aneurysm, she was giving some interviews where she was saying how she felt.
Oh yeah.
He had no filters.
No filter. And I loved it.
God bless her. Let her enjoy whatever
Yeah.
fun she wants to have. Because you know what? If I was her, I'd be thinking, you know, I can't teach them anymore to be better people.
Yeah.
You know?
And she had her glass of wine there. You know, while she was in that interview.
And I think we can safely say that Shine is as relevant today as it was in, what was it, 2007 it came out? 2008, okay.
Well, and she was relevant prior to that too. I mean, Dog Eat Dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The song Dog Eat Dog. It's.
Oh yeah.
Oh, California. Listen to California from Blue. That all rings true.
All the evangelists and the evangelists and the politicians. I mean, Dog Eat Dog just rakes them, and you know. And it's still so fresh, and that's so sad when you think about, you know, how nothing has changed.
Yeah.
In this amount of time.
No, we're backsliding.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe she zeroed into one line from Dog Eat Dog where she's just like, fuck it. Just going dancing with the drag
Tonight I'm
queens.
going dancing with the drag queens.
When we get together for Dog Eat Dog, that's the song I want to do.
Yes.
Wait, that's Underneath the Streetlight? Isn't that on that's on Wild Things, right?
No, it's tax-free.
Tax-free.
Yeah.
You're right. That's it. Yep.
You're thinking of the gay boys with their pants so tight.
Yeah, you are.
Not to be confused with the drag queens.
Drag queens, you know.
Going dancing.
You know, it's a bucket.
All right, back to For the Roses. Do we have any thoughts on Lesson in Survival?
I have one thing
So
to say
many.
about this. Can I say one thing about Lesson in
Yes.
Survival?
Say whatever you want at all times, please.
My connection is bad, so I might cut out after this. If it was very late when she walked in, I went to see a friend tonight. It was very late when I walked in. She wrote this song at like 4 a.m. or something. So that's my little tiny bit of textual analysis. It's a
good
4
point.
a.m.
Yeah.
The last bit of the song is very, very interesting and questionable. Why is that there? The last lyrical bit.
It definitely does feel like a late night exploration because I get deep in my thoughts. You know, you start at 2 a.m. By the time you get to 4, you're in there.
Well, who did she date that you know it was averse to darkness? And I mean certainly James Taylor.
I have to go. I can't follow this because my connection is really bad, so I'm going to go. But I have to hearken forward.
We'll see you next time, I hope.
The copper premonition is a Canadian penny that you put into the fuse box to burn your house down, but not before the lights.
How you fix a fuse? Sure.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
By restarting your computer.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Joni had a friend that couldn't handle her at
Well,
her emotional.
there was a story about her when she was living at David Geffen's house, and some lady was complaining because she had stayed over, and there was some lady downstairs singing and playing the piano till all hours of the night. And Joni was in there writing. I'm not sure what album she was writing, but she was staying up at night and writing it. And, maybe somebody like Geffen or, somebody who wasn't a lover, somebody who was, a friend to her so she could talk to about it.
I think it was Court and Spark she was writing because her house in Bel Air, or her house maybe it was the other house in Laurel
Canyon.
It was being rented, so she didn't actually have a place in LA to live for a while. So she was staying at Geffen's house during that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she was also at his house, wasn't she? When she wrote Woodstock, didn't she watch the festival on his TV?
That was New York.
He was in a hotel.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it was Courtney Spark because I've seen a photo of her in about '73 at a piano, and it must have been in his house because I think her place was being rented and she didn't have a place. She must have just come back from Canada and had nowhere to stay in LA for a while.
Yeah. So it might have been that happened after For the Roses then. Maybe.
Well, she didn't buy the Bel Air place until '74, I think. So it would have been the Laurel Canyon place.
Laurel Canyon house, yeah.
He still owns that, so I think it's been rented on and off the whole time.
I feel like Geffen could have had some friends that aren't very deep. Staying in the house.
When was he seeing Cher? It was 75-ish?
It was Cher.
Cher?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to add one more thing about this song. If she was intending for the cover to be the naked shot of her, she calls out the image here. She says, I'm looking way out at the ocean.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that green water in motion. So when I think of that association to it, that it draws immediately to at least some of the cover art. Even if it's buried, within the gatefold, it seems like she's elevating the song to pay attention here somehow. Mm-hmm. I don't know if anyone else catches that, but I always think about that every time I hear it.
It's funny too. I live down the street. I'm 10 minutes from the ocean, and I see the ocean at least once a day, and every single time I see the water, that line goes through my head.
Aww.
It just never goes away, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I would be too.
The other thing that I thought about the lyric of this song was Guru books the Bible only a reminder that you're just not good enough. And how she has said that she took all of these psychology books up there with her and it was like, this is crap. Out of the way.
I love that.
This is crap. The hell with that.
Mm-hmm.
So she was kind of going through that whole process too.
My brother called me once because he was having a mini nervous breakdown. He said, I got this self-help book. It says, you suck, I suck. I'm okay, you're okay.
I had a friend in
Brother Jimmy. That was,
Maybe she had a friend in British Columbia that, you know, maybe wasn't a super close friend, and it was a visit to him or her.
Right.
Well, wasn't that the beginning of the kind of self-help craze, books
Should have
genre?
been around then, yeah.
Probably.
There was the Hare Krishnas, and there was a lot of all of these kind of Eastern Indian kind of spiritual movements coming westward, and people were glomming onto it. I remember when I was in college in England in this late '70s, but the Bhagwan Rajneesh
Oh, right.
was happening, and friends of mine that I played in bands with, they overnight dyed all their clothes orange and had their names changed to some Sanskrit name, and were very annoyed if you called them by their real name. It was like this overnight transformation where they suddenly became these, devotees of Bhagwan, who ended up, didn't he go to jail or something for defrauding the tax man or something? But he had like 5 Rolls Royces.
Speaking of tax-free, right?
Yeah.
In the early 70s, nobody was getting along. People were protesting just about anything and everything. America, love it or leave it. It was just, everybody had an axe to grind. There was absolutely no grace to be found almost anywhere. So the idea of reaching out to sort of help oneself, it doesn't surprise me that there would have been all of these self-help books at that time, that this would have been a moment when people were starting to look inward.
And I tend to forget that Vietnam was still raging.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I think of it, the last line, I will always love you, hands like magnet and iron the souls. That's somebody that was...
And that beautiful, the way the song ends, the way it just trails away,
Yeah.
it
just sort of fades off.
floating away,
Yeah.
That's a lovely chord too. That was a chord that she uses in Blue. It's called a minor 11. And there is your song for me. She ends this tune on that same chord. It's funny how on the piano she had her favorite things just as she did on the guitar. On guitar, of course, it's shape-based, and she would change the tunings and make chords that sounded right to her, but with fingerings that she was used to. But on piano, that doesn't work. So she would return to these kind of chordal structures and make them work. And that is so hip. Very Steely Dan. And this is, Steely Dan were just beginning to form in '72. So, like I always am touting, she was really kind of the pioneer of this harmonic language where she's using those kinds of sounds. Judgment of the Moon and Stars, same thing. Beautiful LA kind of chords, and she was the one that was in front of that.
And she doesn't know what she's calling it.
I know.
She just doesn't. It blows me away that music theorists can probably talk about these chordal structures the way Dave is for hours, and she's just this is what I want this to feel like.
Yeah. I think that's totally valid, but there was nobody else really doing that. People were following very formulaic things, and like within the Motown genre, you had your very major seventh-y kind of sounds that became synonymous with that world, and then you had your folk singers that were working with very simple major chords, but Joni was not satisfied with that language, and she was always trying to make the chords say the same thing that the words were trying to say.
It's previewing a zeitgeist in some way. It's really it's extraordinary.
Right. So those kind of sounds became became Steely Dan and eventually Yellow Jackets, and she ended up working with these people. She ended up having Russ Ferranti in her band in '83, Pat Metheny. So she was kind of the pioneer of that type of harmony. I'm not saying that people hadn't used those chords before, but not in the singer-songwriter genre.
Just to piggyback off what we were saying before, it's no surprise that the self-help craze was at this time. It's also no surprise to me that Joni Mitchell said, "That's all bullshit."
Of course.
So when you listen to the album, you know, you can't have Lesson in Survival without Let the Wind Carry Me. I feel like this kind of set up, Joni started doing that on, because we had Trouble Child go right into Twisted, where Harry's House went into Centerpiece. So I'm just thinking off the top of my head, was this the first time she kind of had two songs that really were a suite?
I don't even know if this was written as a suite at all.
Right,
I got to tell you, it very could likely have been, we need this length of songs for the first side of the album.
Right.
And then it might have been a happy accident. And I've been planning to talk about this exact moment because one of my favorite Joni Mitchell discography moments is this segue between Lesson in Survival and Let the Wind Carry Me. It's just brilliant. It just takes you right in. And for it to be a happy accident in the studio, just to, that's the one question I think I would love to ask Joni Mitchell. Was that designed or was that just serendipity, that moment? Because it's so powerful, for me, anyway.
And it segues perfectly into a discussion of the covers of the song, because Lesson in Survival has one cover, Let the Wind Carry Me has four, but the first ones were done by a transsexual named Justin Vivian Bond in 2012, 40 years after the album was recorded.
Wow.
The first recordings of these songs.
Wow.
And he sandwiched them on his record the same way Joni did.
Really?
So I think it's safe to say that, yes, these two songs are meant to be a duo, a pair.
Now they are, but were they before? You know what I mean? We're reacting to their recorded history because they were printed that way on an album cover and on an album.
Well, she always, orchestrated as her the way the sequence of the songs went herself. It wasn't like, I just think it would have to be that she knew.
Oh, I agree. I'm sure she knew that it worked. I'm sure it was a choice, but whether or not she actually designed the end of Lesson in Survival so that it could marry better with Let the Wind Carry Me, that I don't know.
Can you imagine if it was a happy accident and she heard it for the first time, like, oh shit. I would have loved to have been there in that moment.
I have trouble wrapping my mind around that scenario.
I don't have any trouble wrapping my mind around that.
Yeah, I think she was more planned and more focused on what she was doing at the time.
I think it's very deliberate that these two songs are made together.
Yeah,
like a grilled cheese sandwich.
Thematically, to go from a song where you're looking at your own flaws and shortcomings to flow into thinking about your parents.
Yeah, and I think with this album, I think she was fucking with the industry. I mean, the whole album, she was kind of rebelling against the recording industry and all of her buddies that were there. But at the same time, I don't ever think, except with the exception of Song to a Seagull, where Crosby fucked up the album according to her. I think that may have been the last mistake she made as somebody else producing her music. And I know, Dave, you probably speak to this in talking to Henry Louis and those cats that work with her closely. There's just no way that she wasn't on this path and this whole record came as what she wanted it to be. Especially these two songs. I mean, they're prolific. I mean, they always make me cry.
Yeah, I didn't get to speak with Henry, but I got to speak with Steve Katz and Max Bennett, and
It was Max. I'm sorry, I was thinking.
and they both were said that she was very clear on what she wanted. She would do a lot of homework before she came to the studio, trying out guitar. When she was playing electric guitar, she'd go to Guitar Center and try out different pedals and things, and show up at the studio with the exact sound that she was ready to use. No experimenting. She'd already done that at home. And Max said back in '73, she was very clear on what she wanted. She just wasn't clear on how best to convey it. And that she ended up having translators like Henry Louis or Guerin or Jocko or whoever or Klein, who were able to translate her concepts into things that the other players could understand. But in '72, she had Henry, but she didn't really have anybody that she could do that with. So it really came down to her doing a lot of things herself.
Right. So it kind of goes back to the time when she was with, like out with the band or out with Dylan on the Hurricane sessions, when these guys are playing along with her, and they're kind of, it's good. I mean, I think for all of us, it's good no matter who's playing and what's happening. It's Joni on stage and everybody digs it and it's fun. But I think a lot of those cats fought trying to get what it was that she was doing until that period, especially Jocko and that crew, certainly Herbie, yeah.
You can hear on the last waltz that the band are just struggling with Coyote. They have no idea what to do with it.
And you can see it on her face too. She's not satisfied with what they're doing at all. That's what I think anyway. She's kind of going, "What are you doing, Ronnie? Or Robbie? What is that? What the hell are you doing?"
I remember the first time I heard this album because, hearing Lesson in Survival the first time, then there's another song that's just like the 1-2 punch, like having two in a row that kind of hit you that deep. Even the first time I heard it, I was like, I had to sit down.
I was just thinking about this, and if it was intentional, then she would have had either to have composed both songs consecutively, one after the other, or come back to the other one later and thought, okay, I'm going to do this continuation.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, that's...
And I will say one of the times I started crying listening to this was that the panning and Let the Wind Carry Me with the woodwinds and then her background vocals. That's some powerful shit right there.
Do you listen to music a lot on your headphones? I mean, I noticed you have headphones.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when you go to listen to music, you like put on your headphones and listen.
Mostly Joni Mitchell for some reason. Depends on the artist. Because some artists, they're not as creative in the studio, but I think Joni was a complete studio experience, especially once you get to this album moving forward.
Wow.
If we're talking about Let the Wind Carry Me, I have to marvel at the compression that she was able to convey in Papa's Faith is People, Mama, She Believes in Cleaning. I mean, in two lines, she's depicted her parents sort of lovingly, but also presented them as rather simple folk, Here's my dad.
I identified with those two lines because of my relationship with both of my parents, both of which were positive, but still not without their struggles. I agree.
It doesn't really get into nuance. It's like I'm opening this depiction of my parents with these are the poles that I had to navigate growing up,
So we know For the Roses was the first time we got Tom Scott, but is this the first time we get Myrtle in the lyrics?
Maybe so.
And we hear about Myrtle a lot from this point forward.
Yeah. Myrtle's long.
Leave the girl alone, Mama. She's looking like a movie queen.
Yeah.
Woo.
I don't like
Well, I
your
mean, you could say that Myrtle got a mention in Little Green. You know, you sign all the papers in your family name. I mean, wasn't not direct but indirect.
Right.
She couldn't disgrace her family.
Well,
Where
Chris, are you
you're
gonna
sending home.
are you gonna treat us to a version of "Let the Wind Carry Me"?
Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Muted.
No, you're not.
Now you're muted.
Muted.
Muted still.
Also, everybody that's performing, make sure that turn off original sound is visible on your upper left-hand screen because, yeah, the compression thing continues to be a problem on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be turned off.
Well, no, you should see turn off original sound up in the left-hand corner.
Right. Which is the setting you want?
Right, correct.
You want it turned off or on?
It should read turn off original sound. Now, that means it's on.
Still can't hear you, Chris.
Did you have that turned on?
No, it's correct.
How about now?
There you are.
Oh, okay. Can anybody hear a piano?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Now, here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to plug away from you guys for a moment because the way this system is set up, because I don't have the magnificent pause here, I cannot listen to you and feed you sound at the same time from the piano. So,
How about walking and chewing gum?
it's a struggle. Okay, hold on. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is anyone else getting bombarded? I've got a hacker
Okay.
trying to get into my system right now.
No,
No?
I'm not.
503-415-754. Yeah. Shit.
It's
Where's
still,
he trying to come in? Into the Zoom?
It could be Joni. I don't know.
It's the ghost of Myrtle.
It's,
Oh.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. And I will say that, Joni cites Laura Nyro as an influence. And I think it's on this record where we first hear Laura Nyro's influence on Joni Mitchell on the piano.
Mhm.
It's definitely a brave person to tackle that piece of music right there.
Yeah.
I will say one of my favorite parts of the song is where she's like, hey, 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 hey.
No, I was just going to bring that up. The
Yeah.
background vocals on this song are amazing.
So good.
I was doing the background vocals.
Very hard. That section we rehearsed that. It was so hard to pull off. Yeah, Chris, you did a great job of navigating that difficult middle section. You're still muted, by the way. So,
Hey, how about that?
There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. That was a hot mess. My favorite part, though, in this song, and again, it's during that center section, that interlude. There's a release, Dave. You're probably aware of it. It's like she uses an A minor seventh chord, almost like it's a major chord. It's a total release. It's an emotional release for it, and I wish I could. It comes out of this. I can't hear it, so I can't even play it for you.
so there's something in harmony called chordal harmony, where chords are built in fourths instead of thirds, where you get this, that kind of sound, and she's really exploring that. Plus, she uses this kind of very jazz, Herbie Hancock kind of sound. And so in harmony, that's called chordal harmony because it's built in fourths. And this is the first time that we hear her use that.
Mm-hmm. This is the part that drives me that I absolutely love.
We can't hear it. It's turned off, Chris. The piano's off.
Chris,
Sorry.
make an appointment with me, please.
Please. Please.
I'll come over, cook dinner. I'll wire your house. Whatever.
Hey, you know what? If I was working, I'd pay for the airplane ticket.
Get somebody else to pay for it.
Yeah. Start a GoFundMe. I'll donate. Something I forgot to mention is I feel like this is the album where Joni's voice kind of changed into something that stayed for the next, because the first four albums we have the helium voice. It kind of went to a lower register here.
Yes.
I feel kind of stuck around through maybe even Wild Things, at least Shadows and Light.
Mm-hmm.
More of a mid.
But she was still hitting high notes on this record. I mean, you just knew that she was hitting some really high notes.
But she had an adult persona.
Yeah.
It wasn't the girl persona anymore.
It's definitely a new maturity this time around, and you can hear it in the voice, in my opinion.
I think so too. The voice, to me, on this record does have a definite sound to it that continues through Court and Spark and then through the next few albums. And it's different from Blue.
There's a confidence on this record that she didn't seem to exude before. Not that she wasn't confident before, but there's a different kind of confidence on this one to me.
It's like a mature confidence instead of like youthful bravado.
Right.
She does feel like the woman of heart and mind. She's not a girl. She's definitely a woman here. All right, we're about 2.5 hours in, and we're not even done with side one. Any thoughts on "Let the Wind Carry Me" before we finish off side one with "For the Roses"?
Wow.
I just was
want to mention.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
I just want to mention the lyric. Sometimes I get that feeling, and I want to settle and raise a child up with somebody. I think there's that pull, that regret, that loss, that guilt there again. That's still taking at her.
Do we have any photos of Joni Mitchell with green eyeshadow?
From high school, maybe.
Yeah. It was black and white.
Third.
I love that the last line after she talks about wanting to settle down. She said, but it passes like the summer, and I'm a wild seed again. Let the wind carry me. And it's sort of this image of this freedom, but it's so sad at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like there's a regret to it that I love.
She's so busy being free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
All of this I'll sell, and for what?
This one really, when I heard it the first time, I was probably, I don't know how old I was, maybe 15. I remember this song really making a big impression on me.
It's impressive at 15.
Yeah. It was, I don't even know why, but
I think maybe it gave voice to something you felt that didn't have a voice.
Well, yeah, it's something. Obviously, it spoke to something, but
that's how it was.
I remember this really this record really. I really liked Joni Mitchell up to this point, and when I heard "For the Roses," it started something different for me. Mm-hmm. I became sort of devoted at that point.
I feel like some of the songs on this album kind of like colored in the pieces of me that didn't have a voice before I heard this album.
Yeah.
Because, Blue and some of the stuff from the first 4 albums, like Bob, I think you said it, it could speak to a general population, but there's stuff here that was just so specific.
Yeah.
It's so specifically me. So, all right. For the Roses, she's talking about the music industry. She's slapping the guitar. For the power and the glory, you get a taste for worship. Then they start bringing out the boards and the nails. She felt that way right for many, many years. So this is the beginning of Joni retiring many times and coming back.
Yeah.
What?
I'm done with this.
What
This her first farewell to show business in some avenue.
Where did she have trouble with the record company at this point?
They're always trying to tell her what to do.
Well, she'd switched to Asylum at this point. She was under Geffen's label, so.
I always thought it was more of an industry thing. Like when you're that popular, you go to a concert and all the fans want to hear your 2 big hits. I think Joni always viewed herself as an artist, and this might have been the beginning of that struggle. Like, I'm not going to be that human jukebox.
Right.
I remember I saw an interview. It must have been on YouTube, obviously, but she was talking about this period, and she said something about how she was touring, and the record company wanted her to come back and record another album, and she used the phrase. She said, "I told them I'm dancing as fast as I can, like I can't do any more." And I thought that was really an interesting insight into her. I'm not a musician. I'm not in the entertainment industry at all. And I thought that was just an interesting peek.
Well, honestly, when you look at this album, they told her to write a hit single. I don't think "You Turn Me On" radio was something Joni would have just sat and wrote if they didn't say come up with a single. So that kind of plays into what she's talking about in this song.
Sure. That was her slap at that response.
Yeah.
I think she directs some lyric in this song toward another songwriter, another singer-songwriter, because she talks about butterflies and lilac sprays from girls who have to tell me they saw you somewhere.
For the Roses is about James Taylor. Let's just put that out there right now.
Right.
All right.
It's all James Taylor.
So in that regard, how does this qualify as her first retirement song?
Well, it seems like kind of a two-parter, because part of it she's talking about James Taylor, and the other half she's talking about how they toss around your latest golden egg, and who's to know if the next one in the nest will glitter for them. So it's almost like she's talking about two separate things and sticking them kind of together.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's just trying to convince him this business sucks and here's why.
Chris, I don't think she's trying to persuade anybody of anything. I think she's reminiscing about how things used to be a lot simpler when it was just the sound hole in your knee, And now you're seen on giant screens. Now it's the whole thing has changed, and what's expected of you is far more than just your sincerity.
Mm-hmm.
This is the beginning of the stadium concert type of thing too.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know if she's gone to any of those big. Well, she went to Big Sur, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Monterey.
then she starts touring with Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I mean, and you're talking about these huge crowds. It's like it's not the same thing anymore.
Was Iowa White before this?
Yeah. That was 70. So yeah.
Yeah, I think this is kind of duality because it's about James Taylor, but it's about her too.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, her latest golden egg.
She also
Her latest
says,
golden egg.
I guess I seem ungrateful.
With my teeth sunk in the
Sunk in
hand.
the hand that brings me things I really can't give up just yet. So there's these mixed emotions about it. She's enjoying the perks, but she's also hating a lot of the crap that came with it.
Mhm.
We'd come to find out many decades later that you just can't tame the tiger.
And I guess that's interesting. I never really thought about it, but Joni always seemed to struggle with the celebrity and the wealth that came with that, and sort of reconciling that with her art. And it always has struck me as interesting that she seems to really have embraced the high living a little later on in her life as her popularity declined commercially anyway. And she didn't, a lot of people seem to go the other way, and they sort of steer away from that. But I don't know, it's not a criticism. It's just, Larry Klein says there was a quote in that biography about how she, on one hand, she would complain about money, and then the next thing you know, she was spending $35,000 on a lamp in an antique store because she liked it. And it must be hard. That would be hard to reconcile that kind of freedom,
Right.
in a way. I think I don't know. In my own life, I make a lot more money than I used to, and I struggle with that because I can buy things today that I couldn't 10 years ago. But do I need them? Probably not. It's funny, and to amplify it that huge and still try and stay true to whatever your artistic drive is must be complicated.
I didn't even think of telling this story, but you brought it up. I work for a nonprofit now, and I have my own desk. And a couple of weeks ago, I was so disenfranchised, I went and parked in the Waffle House parking lot for 20 minutes because I was going to go in and apply. I'm like, I'm going to quit this office. I need to get back to my roots. And I guess that was my For the Roses moment where So every morning I have a picture of the Waffle House I took that night that I send to my friend when we're having a bad day at our desks.
She's comfortable in Bel Air. I mean, she's
in a middle class home.
Yeah.
Right? What's his name? My friend is reading the book right now. Yeah. What's the biographer?
Yaffe.
Yaffe?
Yaffe.
David Yaffe, yeah.
Yeah.
It is middle class for Bel Air.
Yeah. Oh.
It doesn't have Corinthian columns.
Well, whatever. The Chippendales. Whatever.
We haven't talked about the meaning of the actual line For the Roses yet, but I mean that's pretty dark. The Kentucky Derby reference where they put you out to slaughter once your winning days are over.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. If you win the Derby, you go out to stud.
Stud.
You go
unless you're a filly
for years and years to make other little stallions as good as you were. Joni said, "You're slaughtered." You're not slaughtered. You go to stud.
You didn't read that part of the book.
Well, it's not a book. It's just the truth.
Yeah.
If you win the Derby,
A rough
you're
crowd.
good. You go stud.
Wow.
You never get in the way of a good image, though.
Yeah, I hear that, but it's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Michael Paz. He's like the number one stud.
Number one stud of Phonogenics 101. The thing I love about this song is, it was the end of side one, and at the end, the spotlight, and she's back, alone in the woods, Oh, No More Shiny Hot Nights. The arbutus are rustling, the bumping of the logs. I could just see her just sitting there alone, just hearing herself and hearing the nighttime, just trapped with your thoughts.
Okay, and now take that image and hold it while you turn the record over, because this was where the break was. So you are going to be left with that for quite just a couple of minutes now to sit with it. So before that cheery piano starts with "See You Sometime," you got a moment to relax with that.
The moon swept down black water like an empty spotlight. Beautiful.
And in 74, every single tour she did in 74, every single tour, every single performance, she definitely prefaced this song with a very long description of being up in BC, going out on the coast, hearing the arbutus trees rustling, and writing this song. I mean, it's a really, really detailed description she would get into every 74 show. I mean, I've got a bunch of these 74 shows, and every single one, she prefaced the song with a very long monologue before the song.
Wow, she really wanted people to feel the environment around the song before she sang it.
So, Bob, you said that this. Well, how long was she in BC? I mean, I know that you said that she was touring during that time too.
Yeah, she toured in 72, and this record came out in October. So, I mean, I don't think a long time, maybe half a year, which for her was a long time. Right. Because if you look at what she did in the late 60s, early 70s, it was extremely busy. 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 74 with 2 records, 75, 76, 77. That's crazy, right? Nobody does that anymore.
No.
Yep.
So for her, a break was 5-6 months.
Right. Well, how many people covered this song?
Not too many. Nine. The first in 78, a singer-songwriter named Kerry Rowland. The most important was Cassandra Wilson, who is amazing. When she does a song, it's been done.
Hers
and she did it on the Joni Mitchell tribute record for Reprise.
There are a lot of covers of Joni.
Cassandra?
Another thought I had about the title, didn't people, I don't know if it was before this album, but didn't they used to bring her roses up to the stage when she was performing?
Lilac sprays.
Wow.
Well, I think that the reference is to the bouquet of roses put around the horse's neck.
Oh yeah, I understand that. But I think that might have more than one meaning there. I mean,
Okay.
for the roses that people bring you while you're performing, or
probably so. Yeah, sure.
People give to you.
So you're performing for the roses, for the accolade. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
For that, or for the Kentucky Derby roses,
On
running the race,
or the metaphoric roses of money.
When you run in the race, they bring you the flowers.
So on "Song to a Seagull in Clouds," there are a number of tunes that are very chromatic, like "Roses Blue" and "Marcy." And here's a return to that, where we've got the very nice motif for it. Very, very pretty descending chromatic thing that she had been using in her early albums a lot, and never used again pretty much after this. Never hear her do that again. By the time Court and Spark, it's very, very bright and shiny, and her harmony became a lot more jazz influenced, but this is a very, very cool kind of chromatic return to her.
Check out Slouching Toward Bethlehem for that too. I think it's there.
Well, Dave, all those songs that you mentioned are in open G.
Uh-huh.
So it's like she does the same chord shapes in all those songs.
Okay, well that makes sense. I play them in standard tuning, but yeah, that makes perfect sense. But she had found this kind of cool descending thing that she could use.
Yeah.
Let's do it right now. My favorite song from the album.
Let's do a little instrumental of that before we take our break.
Do you want us to do it? Want to finish chewing?
No. Okay.
Oh, she's having dinner.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right.
What song did you want to do, Sue?
I'm going to do Cold Blue Steel after the last song.
Good. Okay.
So here's For the Roses.
I heard it in the wind last night. It sounded like applause. Did you get around resounding for you way up here? Seems like many dim years ago since I heard that face to face, or seen you face to face, though tonight I can feel you here. I get these notes on butterflies and lilac sprays from girls who just have to tell me they saw you somewhere. In some office sits a poet and he trembles as he sings, and he asks some guy to circulate his soul around. On your mark, red ribbon runner, the caressing rev motors finely tuned like fancy women in 30s evening gowns. Up the charts, off to the airport, your name's in the news, everything's first class. The lights go down and it's just you up there, getting them to feel like that. Remember the days when you used to sit and make up your tunes for love and pour your simple sorrow to the sound hole engineer. Now you're seen on giant screens and at parties for the press and for people who have love you from the company. They toss around your latest golden egg speculation. Well, who's to know if the next one in the nest will glitter for them so? I guess I seem ungrateful with my teeth sunk in the hand that brings me things I really can't give up just yet. Now I sit up here, the critic, and they introduce some band, but they seem so much confetti looking at them on my TV set. Oh, the power and the glory, just when you're getting a taste for worship, they start bringing out the hammers and the boards and the nails. I heard it in the wind last night. It sounded like applause. Chilly now, end of summer, no more shiny hot nights. It was just the arbutus rustling and the bumping of the logs, and the moon swept down black water like an empty spotlight. Beautiful.
Damn. What a song and what a performance.
Oh, God. It's a...
Let's flip the record.
It
All right.
plays itself. What can you say?
We're going to take a little break and we'll be back in a little bit.
He's probably within earshot.
All right. We are back. on Phonogenics 101, our 20-hour discussion of Joni Mitchell's For the Roses album.
We're doing drugs.
Wait till we get to Hijira.
I know.
Oh,
On some of
what's
the,
the weekend?
24 hours.
Well,
What's the
fortunately,
weekend?
there's only 9 songs.
on some of the other artists I do, people are like, "Oh, you should edit out." I said, "I like the unedited discussion. If someone wants to watch, they can. You know, you can jump around, but I'd like just keeping it as it is. This is so much fun." All right, For the Roses. We all had a very in-depth discussion about side 1. We move over to side 2. A bright piano comes in. There's a song about James Taylor. Full disclosure, I will say that "See You Sometime" is probably my least favorite song on the album.
Ooh.
I feel like some of the songs have a lot of depth, and I feel like this one just isn't as quite as deep. I love the bridge where she's talking about the suspenders and her harmonies there, but that's about all I got. So someone else take this one on.
There's a bridge song.
Yeah, I thought of that when I heard the bridge. I'm like, Joni Bridge.
So I connect very heavily with this song, being a tour guy, being on the road in a hotel room so often. And so same thing with Hijira, that song, you know, that the line about the hotel room, does it have a view? You know, it, for me, so many nights, I mean, so many nights alone. And even though you're with prolific musicians and the experiences being with the King of Thailand or Ray Davies at your show in the UK or so many different
Excuse me, you dropped
experiences.
the names here. Let me.
You're so full with stuff when you go back to the hotel room, but when you get back there, you're by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, you know, that's where this song always really resonates too. That you know, sure like to see you sometime. Anybody from the JMDL, which that was part of the thing about being on the road, connecting with people in the JMDL, Shara, Chuck, yeah, so many people. Dave,
Yeah,
Robin,
cool when you went to LA.
yeah, Kaki a million times.
Yeah.
You came to every show, so yeah, for me. So yeah, I mean, the whole connection, the whole James story, and you know, I always fought at the beginning of the JMDL, and people trying to analyze their lyrics. I never identified with that. I never wanted to talk about that. I wanted to know about other people. I locked the people up. Oh, come in. Yeah, I changed venues. Sorry. I'm going to defer, yeah, because the people are talking coming in.
Well, and I think at this point, James Taylor probably rose more meteorically than Joni did.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, this was Sweet Baby James, Mudslide Slim. He had a bunch of hits. Joni did not.
Right.
So she's like, yeah, sure, we'd like to see you sometime. You know?
How long with James? I mean, in a relationship?
How long?
Yeah, a year? Or?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it was very intense, and it still is to this day.
What was the whole thing on the list last week with all this diatribe about James, you know, and shit that he said? What was that about?
Calling her his bitch?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean, I think that was a joke.
it was a joke.
it was a joke.
You know?
He said,
And
Joni was my
Joni must
bitch.
have been offended by
It's
that.
like, I was Joni's bitch.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I can't see Joni being offended by that. Can you?
no,
I think she
Not at all.
laughed.
hell
Not at all.
no.
And in the context
Every
that he
single
said
tribute
it.
that it's been
Yeah.
for Joni,
Just say
she's
no
been
need.
there playing, and she's like raises her hands and it's like, oh my God, you see the love is still there for James Taylor, and he still has the love for her. It didn't it didn't carry on, but
How could you not?
Yeah.
Both.
It was just, yeah. We all realized that it's always ongoing. Sue, what do you think?
No, I mean, I think that when he said that, he said it in the context of kind of like he's an old dude and he's trying to sound cool like the young kids, So he said he calls her his bitch,
Yeah.
So it's not really that big of a deal, but it's like people feel so deeply about the personal lives of these artists, and it's really not. It's not the point, I mean, I think that it's cool that oh yeah, you could
It's
say
not your relationship; it's theirs.
yeah, and you don't even. How can you possibly know how close they were?
Right.
I mean, it's just kind of like this vicarious thing that people get off on, But and I get frustrated sometimes when we talk about this music because I don't really care who it's about. I care about
Me either.
music and how it makes me feel and how brilliant.
Of course, of course.
Right.
He's there at TNT tribute in 2000, where they connected. He's there in the 75 tribute doing a cover of River, where they totally connected.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, they will always be in love. Those two.
And I think Joni was comfortable with men. I mean, didn't she feel kind of like one of the guys?
Yeah. I think that was really important to her, not only for the relationship she would have, but also for the cred of she's a brilliant artist, and they didn't really like the music. I think I wanted to talk about this for the Roses too. It's like she's competing with these men who she's so much better than
Yeah.
But it's not really working that way for her. It's still the old boys club,
And to some extent, James Taylor was also an outlier from the whole, macho rock and roller. He stayed to the East Coast for most of his life. I mean, he didn't.
Yeah, but he filled stadiums too.
But he didn't. He wasn't playing in that same social arena as the Eagles or Jackson Browne and those guys. He kept to himself. He was isolated in the same way that she was. So I can see them getting a simpatico that they maintained over the years, only because I think they both found themselves at a time when they both felt like they were outcasts.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot in common.
And sometimes I do like to know who a song's about only for the context of it, not in
Yeah, no, I mean the influence that these relationships have on the music is definitely valid.
And this is the first piano song that I think that I kind of learned, and I don't play it now so much. I kind of like made up my own version of it, and it was sunny and it was easy and it was tuneful and it made me happy, and my girlfriend liked listening to it, and so it worked out.
You all changed my mind about this song. I've reconsidered.
But you didn't like it.
That wasn't hard. That wasn't hard. Was
Yay.
it?
Our goal.
A convert.
Well, I'm a musician too, so thinking.
No need to surrender.
No need to surrender. But I've been in that hotel room without the view, and I was focused more on the "see you sometime" than the other meat of the song. So, all right.
I like how she starts to argue with him too.
Don't you think "no need to surrender" is an interesting phrase to say to a former lover? That kind of gives you a little glimpse into what their relationship was like.
Yeah.
Where she was dominant and controlling.
Hang up the phone.
You're not talking about Joni, are you?
Joni dominant? What?
And this is really subtle in the mix, but I love on the "no need to surrender" how she has a high and a low harmony just for that one line.
Right. Parallel.
It's
Good
those
observation, Jeremy.
So I have to say something, if I can just butt in about a music thing here. This is the only album where her backing vocals, she uses a thing called an open voicing. Like normally when you do when you do backing vocals, you make triads where the notes kind of stack up in order. So let's say if you're doing a G triad, you'd have something like, right, in thirds. But what she was able to do, because she had the pipes to do it back then, was to spread that into the next octave. So she would take that and she would turn it into, so it would become something like
a third high.
So it would become no need to surrender. So, a very bright sound, but you hear it on Cold Blue Steel. You hear it on Electricity. You hear it on See You Sometime, I think. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, it's a very cool sound, and it's very hard to do because you have to have this enormous range to do it. But
thank you for pointing that out. That's a great insight. Thank you.
We'll get to it, but on Electricity, at the end of the remember that part? So that's all done in harmonized tenths. It's really, really an interesting sound, and you very rarely hear that outside of a professional vocal ensemble.
So
and she doesn't know why. It just feels right.
I was just thinking that. I was hoping you would say that.
What's interesting is
what?
Having found this cool sound, she abandons it because she's already done it. She never does it again.
She never does it again, and it didn't carry over to Court and Spark?
Nope.
Wow.
Huh.
So was she
Because other
a
people
true
got involved.
soprano?
That's an interesting observation, that this has harmonic cred that nothing else seemed to have.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's crazy.
What an ear! Gosh.
So was she a true soprano then? Myrtle claims she was really an alto.
Myrtle never gave her enough credit.
Well, no, Joni said she considered herself an alto. I mean,
Mama was always
singing in falsetto in those higher registers, or
Women don't do falsetto.
well,
they do head voice.
I feel like she found her comfort zone on this album of where her voice was.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It's interesting because the album kind of portrayed a self-awareness that she never had before, and it kind of went along with her finding her most comfortable voice as she got more comfortable with herself. So that's my deep moment of the day. That's all I got.
Well, I think she was also directing the program here in a way that she could mold the songs to suit how she wanted to feel, as opposed to the feelings writing the songs, which was what Blue was. You know, right. It's almost like Blue. She was possessed. You know, in a way, and here she's in control or gaining control.
She's the mama lion.
It's a different kind of record. It really is.
Different kind of Joni.
She's kind of been through this whole period of breakdown or whatever the hell it was, and then gone through the healing period, the whole process of isolating herself, and now she's come back. And to me, on this record, she's much stronger. I mean, she's analyzing. She's still got the pain she's processing. She's still saying, I'd love to see you sometime, you know. The lover is, whoever it was still on her mind, but she is decided, you know, she's gonna stand her ground.
Yeah.
They're gonna aim the hoses on me, but I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna do whatever the hell I want to.
Yeah.
And the hell with all the rest of it. That's the way I look at it. She's making a declaration here.
I feel like her skin got thick really fast. All right. Well, do we have any other thoughts on See You Sometime? How many covers, Bob?
A total of 3, and now we jump across the pond into Europe because the next 3 songs were covered first by European artists. See You Sometime by Alexandra van Marken from Holland in 1994.
Wow. Took a while.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, these songs are not covered.
Yeah, but this one is, in particular is what's the word? I want to say it's melodically easy. It's accessible in a way. I'm really surprised that actually it kind of somebody didn't suggest to release it as a single. It's actually so.
But it's very personal though. It's about James. It's about Joni and James Taylor. So okay, people leave that alone. They let it sit.
Right. It could be about anybody.
Yeah, it could be, but it's
Doesn't
not.
have to be about Joni and James.
Yeah, it could be, but it's not.
Hey, Paz, do you remember a couple of Paz Fests ago? You had a bunch of young people who played, and there was this young black woman who was in a group, and she played "See You Sometime," and she did it so great.
Yeah, it was the Honorable South.
Yeah, that was so amazing. She like shouted out the first line. She goes, "Where are you now?" You know, she just really laughed.
Yeah, it can be. It should be. Yeah, it definitely should be. These songs are great. They should be covered a lot, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
I loved her, and she wasn't really aware of Joni so much. She knew of her, but had never thought of covering her. But when I saw her band play, I said, you know, would you like to do this thing? We're doing this thing. And, you know, she rose to the challenge, much like many of the artists that I've approached over the years, especially the young people, trying to acclimate them to this music. And so, yeah, that's
a great job. I love
that. Yeah.
Well, to answer Joni's question, I think he was out over at Carly Simon's house.
Oh,
ouch!
Ouch!
All right, moving on. Electricity, Sue. This is your song right now.
Love this song. So I was telling people before that my boyfriend is an electrician, and this song always reminds me of him. Especially the part where it says, you know, he sings her to sleep. I can't remember how the line goes.
But the song that he sang her to sleep.
Song that he sang her to. Yeah.
It
runs all through her circuits like a heartbeat.
And then the bass does a little heartbeat thing, which is so cool.
It's really great, and you know it's in that same open G with the double G on the bass, you know, just like for the Roses.
The Roses, yeah.
So it's a really great song. I mean, the lyrics are unbelievably fantastic. I mean, the metaphors are great, and just the whole idea of not being able to fix it is just something that is always there. You know, it's like, you know, I really love this relationship, but I'm never gonna fix it. You know.
But the connectivity.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just like
not to mention the breakdown
Input,
of this century.
and the danger of electrocution.
ACDC.
That's right.
Shocking.
And
electricity, snakes, and rubbers. 3 things I don't fuck with.
Well, depends which kind of snake.
Sorry, Jeremy. You can edit that out.
Edit that out. Thumbs. There goes a thumbs down on my YouTube channel. It's all right.
No, it's a great song. It's obviously an allegory she writes between electricity and a relationship.
Yeah.
And it's totally brilliant in the wordplay.
And the sound of the song, the percussion and the bass. Like I love the way it's recorded too. Like the feel.
Speaking of percussion, this is Bobby Hall.
Ooh.
Bobby Hall on congas, and she played congas. She was a Motown percussionist, and she was the conga player on What's Going On, and Makes Me Want to Holler, and all those Marvin Gaye records. And Joni is a huge Marvin Gaye fan to this day, so she hired the percussionist that was on that record. And so she had Bobby Hall on electricity, and then she had her back for Coyote and Hajira.
Yep.
So that's a cool thing. And going back to the lyrics of Electricity, this is, as far as I can remember, is the only Joni Mitchell song where she conjures a single metaphor and works it throughout the whole song.
Yeah.
It's kind of like things Fortress Around Your Heart, where the entire lyric is built around the metaphor. I can't think of, maybe there are others, but I can't think of one where where she does that same thing. Usually she flits from image to image, but here she works all the angles of positive and negative and attraction and repulsion and input, output, all of these dualities that she works into this lyric. And I had to teach a course on songwriting years ago and couldn't find a book that I thought was that great to work from for my students. So I ended up writing it. And one of the, a lot of Joni Mitchell lyrics in it, but this was one of the ones I was really wanting people to study because it was the perfect example of how you come up with a guiding metaphor that organizes the whole piece for you.
Would you say that its perspective is alternating current or direct current?
I didn't know this was Bobby Hall on this song. I love her. If you're a fan of the '80s, she would later show up on Stevie Nicks' wing tour in Red Rocks. So she played with Stevie Nicks in the '80s.
But I mean, imagine what it was like for a female studio musician. Apart from Carol Kay, there weren't that many that had long careers. But Bobby Hall was one of them, and she was known for her conga playing. But on Electricity, we hear the congas and we hear the tambourine and a shaker. But this was the first time she had. On Blue, she had some of great Stephen Stills and her friends, but she actually studio masters like Tom Scott and Bobby Hall for this record, and her whole sound just elevated because of it.
Oh yeah,
good point.
I'm just sitting in this moment, like.
But I love Electricity. It's my favorite song on the record, partly because of the way the imagery works throughout. But I just love that the whole chord progression and the feel of it.
And I like how the song kind of lingers at the end and just kind of leaves you with a feeling.
Yeah,
I think it's my favorite on the album too, for the same reason. The metaphors are so clever, and it in lesser hands, it could have been something like that could have been really corny, and it isn't. It's fantastic. I love it.
Good old proud-headed Queen Lizzie.
But it's very hard to stay with one metaphor because you run out of juice with it. You run out of things to pull from the metaphor, but she never does on this.
No. Did she ever do this live?
Bob would know.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Yeah, she did do it. Yeah.
She did this whole album live.
Okay.
Not all together, but separately.
Conducts little charges that don't get charged back. Fucking great.
Been there.
Yeah. It's an amazing song. It really is. It's very neglected.
And the technical manual's busy.
He's very busy.
Probably a pun on man, too.
So, Bob,
how many covers? Only 3. The first one, 1973, by a French jazz artist who covered it instrumentally with no lyrics.
Okay.
So this is a G tuning, is it?
Mark Ducray.
Yeah, she has the capo on 4, and the chord shapes are very simple. I mean, it's a really simple progression. I find it fun to play. It's pretty cool.
But it's a bitch to play and sing.
Yeah, well, all her songs.
I know. I really admire all of you that can play and sing. And I've got, but wow.
Do you loan him out? I mean, is he rentable?
We need a clone.
Do you
please.
pimp him out?
He's always on loan at the Joni Fest.
Well, I know that.
Yeah. Sing an XTC song.
Yeah, we that tradition needs to continue, Bob. So I figured out how to play Electricity in standard tuning with the top E string down to D. The whole thing works really great, and because there's only one string to change, it doesn't it doesn't slow the show down, but I'm able to get all those chords with that tuning.
Wow.
Cool. Any thoughts on Electricity before we move on to the hit single? Now, the first time I heard You Turn Me On my radio was the Miles of Isles version. And I did not fall in love with it. I was like, oh, okay. But then when I heard the album version, I loved it. I just think it's a breeze. It's fun. I love how her background vocals are mixed really high in the mix. Like when I was listening to my headphones, like the woo woo, it was so loud. And then at the end, it switches from the left to the right when she goes into the other harmony. So
I'll have to play this with headphones on this whole album. That's really intriguing. You
should.
keep mentioning things.
Oh yeah,
I've never listened to it with headphones on.
There's a lot of treats on this one.
Yeah.
This is Joni, by the way.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Hey, Joni.
Hello, Joni.
Yeah.
I had no idea she played so many Queen separation tricks on this album.
So I feel
And this song is one that has one of those one-word songs with a billion notes and changes, right? The sign off, you know? I mean, it's like one syllable with 12 and 15 notes in it.
and in one way,
That's the
I feel like
problem.
the song is so stupid, but so good. Like, and it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be lesson in survival.
No, it's a
But
throwaway
it's so
song.
clever. It's so very, very clever.
Yeah, I love it.
It really is.
Geffen wanted her to write a hit, and she could probably write many hits,
Yeah,
you know. So this was obviously tongue in cheek.
That's like a lead guitarist that gives you a flurry of fast notes, but doesn't usually do that. You suddenly go, oh wow! Anytime he wants to, he can do the technical stuff. Well, it's for her. It's like, oh, you want a top 40 hit? Well, here's one. You know, you can do that. You know, you go play with that, and I'll get on with my work now.
And it's important to mention that on this 45, You Turn Me On My Radio, the B-side was what, Sue? Tell us.
Urge for
Urge for Going, right?
Urge for Going. Urge for Going. Maybe her best song, one of her best songs ever.
Yeah.
I bought 2 copies of this single in Albany, New York. I gave one to a friend, and I've been regretting giving that copy to the friend for
I
years.
never heard that single. I never heard Urge for Going until Missed Hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Joni wasn't one to really have B-sides. That was the exception to the rule this time, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Urge for Going, Joni loved this song. She worked a long, long, long time on it. Chuck will tell you that he never saw Joni work so long on a song as she worked on Urge for Going. So she loved it. And I think she had a chance. Okay, this is my first real hit. So I'm going to put my song on the B-side, which she did.
Okay.
It's 2 or 3 times on the archive, isn't it? On the first.
Yeah, I mean,
archive set?
she loved this song. She should. It's a great song.
It is
It's
a great
been
song.
covered many, many, many times. One of the first songs that was ever covered.
One of the few
First song on the Myrtle.
standard tuning.
Yeah.
That helps.
The first song on the tape to her mother was Urge for Going. I think
Yeah.
I really like this song.
It's a brilliant song,
What was it,
musically
the
and
opening?
lyrically.
Beautiful.
It was the opening track on Hits or Misses. Which one?
Hits.
Hits. Yeah. Because I remember when they came out, I couldn't believe I had Urge for Going on CD. I could play it in the car.
Yeah.
She must have made some money on this by some of those artists covering it.
Well, she did, of course. Yeah, she talked about the royalty pennies and all the artists, Tom Rush, and all the folks that covered it early on. You know,
Those
it was
weren't pennies.
her payday for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And Circle Game.
But do you think there was a radio show that really was there a Breakfast Barney out there?
Yes, in Canada.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I do remember the
There's
sign
a
off
radio
prayer.
DJ in Canada, Breakfast Barney. Did the morning show. That's why we started from Breakfast Barney to the sign-off prayer. Breakfast Barney was the first thing you heard on the radio, and the sign-off prayer was when you heard the jets flying and the priest saying whatever the fuck they said, and the jets flying, and God bless our troops and whatever bullshit. So that was that whole spread. Breakfast Barney, sign-off prayer.
Mm-hmm.
But this hit that she wrote contained the lines, "I know you don't like weak women because you get bored so quick, and you don't like strong women because they're hip to your
tricks.
It's been dirty for dirty down the line, but I come when you whistle." I mean, what other pop song had lyrics like that?
It's so good.
What's funny too is that she used her classic open D. It's the same tuning for Big Yellow Taxi and Both Sides Now and Chelsea Morning. So, it's like the iconic Joni Mitchell strum,
I love doing this song. I remember going to Joni Fest at Ashar's place and playing with Allison Enerson.
Oh yeah, right.
And this is what she wanted to sing, and I got to sing that one with her. And I'd like to do it tonight if y'all want to.
Please.
Yes, of course.
Please.
All right.
And Michael, your buddy Susan Cowsill recorded the song.
Who did?
Susan Cowsill.
Yes, she did. And I just played with Susan Cowsill and backed her up on people's parties at a gig that she did during COVID, outdoors, of course. Yeah, and we're supposed to get together with her next weekend, so that'll be fun. If you're traveling to town with a dark cloud above you, dialing the number who's bound to love you, honey, you turn me on. I'm a radio, I'm a country station, I'm a little bit corny, I'm a wildwood flower, waving for you, broadcasting tower, waving for you. And I'm sending out the signal here. I hope you can pick it up loud and clear. I know you don't like me when you get bored so quick, and you don't like song because you pick your tricks. It's been dirty for dirty down the line, but I'll come when you whistle, when you're loving and kind. And if you've got too many doubts and no good reception for me, then tune me out. 'Cause honey, who needs a style? It hurts the head and wind up crying, and the day goes dismal from a breakfast party to the sign on prayer. What a sorry face you get to wear. I'm gonna tell you again now, if you're still listening there. If you're traveling into town, there's a dark cloud above you, down in the number, found to love you. If you're lying on the beach with a transistor going, take off the sandflies and the love's still flowing. If your head says forget it, but your heart's still smoking, call me at the station, the lines are open. Oh, 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 oh.
What a gem of a song that is.
Nicely done, Mike.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wanted to hear Bruce Springsteen cover that one.
Oh, got me hard. And I had to do
Think
it.
of what he did on Nebraska. He could do that.
My number 2 son is asleep right over there, hopefully still, and everybody else is still asleep. Yeah, it's 10:30 at night here, so we had a hard day at the beach. Sorry.
Oh.
I actually had a friend here that was going to come say hi, but she was tired too. But Meg Griffin is here from the Loft, and we're hanging out for the week.
mm.
So she's helping me with a project that's coming up, and so yeah.
I have to ask, did Meg Griffin ever work in Albany, New York?
Yes, and she was on WFUV with Rita.
I listened to her so often that she was like family. Wow.
She is family.
Wow.
Yeah, y'all will see her. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think the light is out. We had a hard day at the beach. It was really, really a beautiful day.
So obviously this song is the most covered song off the record. Almost this one song has been covered more than all the other songs combined. Not quite, but close.
More than both.
The first one, interestingly enough, I talked about Europe. The first cover of the song, 1973, was in the Finnish language by Anki Lindqvist in 1973.
Easy for you.
Okay.
I want herring suddenly.
Yeah. But it's been covered 56 times.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Anybody
Yeah.
famous? Did anybody famous or somebody?
No one really famous did it. A couple of country people did it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Michael,
but-
when you were at the beach today, did you have the transistor going?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It was actually green, and it's called the JBL Flip 5.
Wow.
And it's Bluetooth.
I'm sure that's what she was thinking of when she wrote the song.
I mean, I think artists are afraid of these songs because Joni did them so well on this record. They don't want to pursue them.
You can only fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bobby Hall did another great percussion on that track.
Yeah.
I always thought it was stylized with parentheses, but it's not, is it? It's just you turn me on my radio. Because I'm looking at the cover. I always thought there were parentheses, but I was wrong.
But there were two.
So what do we think the Mount Everest of Joni songs is?
Play.
The hardest one to conquer?
To cover, yeah.
Oh, well. I think you have to ask a singer for that, Robin.
The Reoccurring Dream.
Robin.
How about Sweet Sucker Dance?
I think you're right.
Sucker
It
Dance.
definitely is something on Mingus. Absolutely, it's one of the ones from
did
Mingus.
that
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
Dave and
Sweet
I
Sucker
did that
Dance,
at the.
the music gives you no clues whatsoever as to what to sing.
I tell you, that is a challenging song.
Smokin', Try Another.
Chair in the Sky is too, but Chair in the Sky was much easier than.
I am so with you, Robin. That's
I can't wait till we get to the Mingus album. I
I
can't.
know.
And then I read in one of those biographies that Joni, because it took me a while to get Sweet Sucker Dance because it's not, it's the form is all over the place, and just the intervals and everything. But I read that she had a hard time with that too, and sharing the. And then I felt a lot better about myself.
But she could put the syllables almost where she wanted.
This is one of those
That
albums.
song is unbelievably difficult to sing.
Yeah.
But it sure is fun.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get those songs, but once you get those songs, they never leave you.
Woo!
I love Mingus. It's gonna be like a 12-hour discussion about 6 songs.
There was no. That was one of the few records that there was absolutely no learning curve for me at all. I went in completely from the first listen on that record.
And when we do the round robin of singing, I'm gonna sing Isa Muggin for you guys.
Yeah.
So when we get to Mingus, which one do you want us to do?
Sweet Soccer Dance.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would love that.
You like Goodbye Pork Pie Hat. That's a fun tune to do too.
Sure. All right. Blonde in the Bleachers. Let's go.
Yeah, Blonde in the Bleachers. Oh my, that's another one I started crying when I listened to it because it's so powerful. And the sonics of it. It starts off with her in the piano, the rock and roll band. Is that
another one? It's very easy to play. Another one that's very melodic, mostly bright sounding. I mean, this was low hanging fruit, I think.
Speak for yourself. I tried that one.
I remember the first time I heard it when the rock and roll band came in. I was blown away.
Yeah.
And the rock and roll band is all Stephen Stills. He's the entire band.
I love that fade out where it goes into the jam. Like this song is so damn good. So damn good.
Yeah, it is.
So in terms of construction, this is another one of those through composed tunes that we talked about. What did we talk about this recently? Well, Judgment is sort of like that too. There's, but this tune is really it begins, and apart from the intro, which recurs, there's no repeated material in this. It just flows from idea to idea, which normally is a rambling disaster when people write songs like that. But she makes it all work.
Blue was the other song that we were talking about.
So that's when we were talking about Blue. This was probably her first. The Blue was probably her first experiment with through composition, but it really works great in this. And there's while I'm talking, let me just talk about that beautiful spot in the Bands and the Roadies, Loving Him and Leaving Him, Pleasure to Try Him, Trouble to Keep Him. Just those, 8 bars. She goes through 4 different keys.
Damn.
It's just smooth as can be, and you would never think, well, that's weird. It just sounds so fluent, but harmonically, it would make jazz musicians go, wait a minute, that's cool.
I feel like the loneliness of the line she tapes her regrets to the microphone stand, that always just really got to me.
Oh, yeah.
So this is some real shit right here.
It's funny. Right before you said it, I was thinking the same thing. It's sort of quiet, and she sort of says that line, and then the rest of it kicks in right after that. It's a great song. I love this one.
It does have a whole lot of accidentals, but it is in key of C. So
I just feel there's so many songs on this record that are just on a level that she hadn't hit till this album. Like, there's nothing on the first 4 albums that rocks my soul like Blonde in the Bleachers does.
Yeah.
And every time you put a show together as a performing band, for me, the line, it's pleasure to try him, it's trouble to keep him. That's the reality of trying to keep an ensemble going and working, And she's talking about roadies, but even just sidemen, it's wonderful to have extra musicians, and it's trouble to pay them. What a beautiful summary of that whole dilemma in 2 lines.
Yeah.
It's funny. I never.
Who do we think? All right, now I know you don't care about it, but who do we think this one's about?
I have no idea.
Is Carly Simon the blonde in the Bleachers, flipping her blonde hair? No.
I don't think she was blonde.
It was dirty.
Yeah, she was dirty blonde.
He was tired of being blonde in the 80s.
Yeah,
It was.
don't get me going on Spoiled Girl, because that's gonna.
Oh, I love Spoiled Girl.
We're definitely having a Spoiled Girl 12-hour discussion about my new boyfriend. Okay. Back to Blonde and the Bleachers.
It wasn't Joni. It wasn't a self.
I thought it was, but would she ever be out in the audience?
She might have been.
Don't
Do you
know.
think you would think of her song list as regrets?
Yeah.
Could be.
Oh yeah. Damn.
Maybe. Well, what an interesting thing to think of your entire catalog that you're about to perform as your regrets.
Well,
That just hurt. That
being
stabbed my
depicted
soul.
in Rolling Stone magazine as some slut that slept with every man that ever walked the earth, and all of their names were on this tree, you know, that, and she was depicted as this person that, and nobody ever talked about all the chicks that Robert Plant went to bed with, or
Shoot, I know.
Eric Clapton, or anybody else. So
Don Henley.
I don't know.
I think this one's kind of a combination of a story song about a character and also observations from her own experience.
I've always felt that it was autobiographical.
Mhm.
This whole record,
Yeah.
in some way. And of course, I had a conversation with her about her writing on another album, and we'll save that conversation for another time. The one that I talked to her about was from Don Juan's Russell's Daughter, that I kind of said, like, wow, you know, where did that lyric come from? And it was just a casual, because I knew somebody that knew her, and it was a casual meeting, and it was very easy to have that conversation. But I really feel like this record has been kind of her statement that this is me, this is who I am, this is where I am, these are the stories. Obviously, everything that everybody said prolifically of the album and how musically, how brilliant it is. Still, I agree with Dave Blackburn. Tied with Hijira. Love this record.
This revisiting has definitely made me reconsider its status for me, and I would agree.
Kaki also would eat that same drum, because she loved Hijira too. But this was.
I mean,
this
sonically,
was
it's gorgeous. Even if you don't dive into what it means, sonically, it's just gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Exactly.
And that's not always true of her records. It's really interesting that she recorded them all in the same room with the same engineer, but not all of them are on the same level sonically.
Right.
You know, Court and Spark, Hijira, and For the Roses are pretty wonderful. Apart from the barking piano sound, there's like a few keys on this piano that are just shrieking.
Where were those recorded, Dave? All in the same place? What studio?
A&M.
Oh, A&M. Okay.
Yeah, Studio C, usually Studio C, occasionally B, when it wasn't available at A&M. Over a period.
Model O, 1919 Model O Steinway. That's what was in
There you go. But I don't think it was voiced well, because there are certain notes that are twice as loud as the others. And she doesn't have the most delicate touch either. So when she kind of goes for it, she's a bit of a pounder, which is why double sforzando might actually be appropriate. Bum, 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 boom, boom, you know, it's kind of.
I love. There was one interview that she gave where she said, you know, she was begging to get in there to use Carole King's piano. It was marked off or something, and she said, "Oh, we won't play it hard."
Well, there were three 3 Steinways at A&M, and she had her favorite one, and it was whenever she was doing a session, they tried to make that one available for her. And so it's pretty consistent from Blue onward. Wherever there was piano, it was the same piano. And anyway, going back to talking about audio quality, I mean, Hejira is pretty glorious, and Court and Spark and For the Roses, but Blue isn't.
No.
The drums and everything sound almost, you could hardly even tell there's drums there. It's just kind of a weird mix. Her vocal sounds good, but and Hissing, as brilliant as it is not a superbly mixed album. Mm-hmm. It's a bit of a mess, actually, and so is Don Juan. So it was a kind of a bit of a hit and miss thing, but I think and this is just a theory, but I think her goals for each record started to grow as what she was imagining, and the equipment they were using didn't keep up. You know, there was no automation in those days, and there were eventually 24 tracks, but at first there were only 8 tracks. Like on Blue, it was an 8-track recording. So the capabilities of the equipment that she was using didn't really keep up with her imagination. And how do you, it's easy enough to mix an 8-track recording and get a, decent sound, but once you've got a full mixer full of tracks, you've got to employ volunteers to come and do fader moves on cue to get a mix. And that was very difficult back then, because you couldn't just have one engineer doing the mix with automation like you do now. So they came out great because we love the music, but just from an audio perspective, not all of her records were equally good. Especially when there was piano, because the piano was not very well voiced and she was a pounder. Mm-hmm. So there's this one frequency at about 2.8K that is just nasty. And when I interviewed Steve Katz about that, he said, yeah, there was the console was a very primitive console that they used. And it didn't have sweepable EQ. It had like 4 selectable EQ bands, but that was it. You couldn't get anywhere in between. And so they always made her voice really bright and edgy in those days, and they also made the piano that way. And it sounded good on FM radio. You're driving along and this thing cuts through, but it didn't sound hi-fi. Mm-hmm. And so I asked Steve, well, hey, what is that spike at 2.8K? And he said, yeah, that was one of the frequencies on the board. So it turned out that there was this actual fixed frequency that they liked to hype so that it would sound good, in the car.
Can you take, I don't understand how any of this works, but can you take a recording like Hissing from 1975 and deconstruct it and then remix it to sound better using today's technology?
No, you can do similar things. You can change the perception of things, but you can't unmix it.
Okay.
Well, if you have the master,
you have the
master multi.
Again, you need the artist.
I mean, is that they're calling this new set that's coming out? The first 4 albums are remastered. Is that what's the difference between remastering and remixing? I guess is my question.
Remixing, you go back to the original multi-track and you have total control over everything.
Okay.
Remastering, you're working with a stereo mix that was done by Henry Louis, and you're trying to shape that and massage that to present it in the best possible way.
I see.
And Seagull's a remix, right?
Supposedly Song to a Seagull.
It's done by Joni and an engineer that came to her house with his laptop. She owns her own masters, so she actually has the multi-track of that in her vault. So they were able to transfer that into his laptop, and right before the aneurysm, they were working on this, and then the whole project got aborted for a while because of the aneurysm. Mm-hmm. And now that she's doing so well, they were able to finish it.
Was that Mark Howard?
No, his name, I forget his name, but his name wasn't my name.
Yeah.
And that's bullshit.
So she was doing a remix with Mark Howard at one point, who was a protege of Daniel Lanois.
I didn't really know of this engineer, but what a fun thing to go up to her house and work on the remix of "Song to a Seagull."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Does anybody else remember? I mentioned this, I think, when we talked about Song to a Seagull. I read an interview with Brian Blade, the drummer, and he said he had been working on a project with her, recording some drum parts because she was going to add those to Song to a Seagull, which didn't make any sense to me. And this was pre-aneurysm too. Does anybody else remember that?
Howard, I bet, because
that might have been the same thing.
Brian is from New Orleans, and Mark Howard was here during Daniel Lanois' run here when he did Neville Brothers' Yellow Moon, Dylan's Oh Mercy, and the one after Time Out of Mind. So many of those records were done here. Chris Whitley's Living with the Law.
Emmylou Wrecking Ball, right?
Wrecking Ball, yeah. That wasn't done here, though. That was after. Okay. Yeah, he had left by then. But Mark Howard was a protege of Lanois, as was Malcolm Byrne. Both of them very, very good engineers and producers, and friends. So I should call Mark and just ask him about it, because I'd heard that rumor that he was involved in doing that. And I've always been a fan of Dave Blackburn's, of his work audio wise. I really would have loved for Rhino to find out about Dave and have him be involved in what's happening right now with all these remixes and remasters.
So if anybody's listening out there, Dave Blackburn, contact me.
Blackburn singing in the dead of night.
House and mix it with her.
And I bring my own wine.
And then I would come too. There you have it.
But going back to the Brian Blade thing, I would wager it's Night in the City. If you were going to put drums on something
right
that you did 50 years ago, and you had one shuffle like that, that would be the tune, right?
Yep. Yeah. All right, well, I had two things on Blonde to the Bleachers before I move on. First of all, just so everyone knows, I never really thought it was Carly Simon. I always thought it was Joni. I was just being stupid. And second of all, this is the album I always felt like, this is the last album where I felt Joni transition from being young to a more maturity. So I always loved this passage. It's the unknown child, so sweet and wild. It's youth. It's too good to waste. I love that. I just think it's beautiful. I feel like this is kind of where her youth kind of passed over a little bit. To maturity.
And she felt it too.
Yeah.
Well, she was 30 at this point? That's about the right time.
Yeah.
She was 30 at the end of 73.
Yeah.
All right. Any thoughts on Blonde and the Bleachers before we move on?
All the covers of Blonde and the Bleachers are really weird. They're all really weird.
Oh, that one that David Bond did.
I'd do
a band
it.
called Squiddly. It was on a Canadian Joni Mitchell tribute record called Back to the Garden. Came out in 92. That was the first one. It was weird. And every other cover of Blonde and the Bleachers is weird.
That whole damn album is weird.
But they're all weird.
Well, in a good way or not?
Not.
Yeah.
How do you touch the original of this?
Yeah.
So, for Woman of Heart and Mind, I heard the song on Miles of Isles and I didn't love it. And then when I heard it on the album, it's not that much different, but then I realized what made me love it, Bobby Hall. She puts a nice percussion on it, on the album here.
It's a great song.
Yeah, beautiful song. Deep as hell. Who wants to jump in about this one?
Who's playing that? I hear the song. Oh, I hear Chris. It was Joni's first F-bomb.
Yeah, the first time she cursed on an album.
Yeah.
A lot of firsts on For the Roses.
Explicit lyrics. They're the bomb.
Where's the parental advisory? And we need it.
Wasn't there. Tipper Gore wasn't around yet.
Yeah, Tipper Gore was.
I remember attending Ashara Stansfield's Joni Fest in Topsfield, and Terry Matlin from Michigan covered this song, and I had just done my set and sat down, and I was sitting in the audience, and this woman comes up, and she's definitely not like a pro musician. She's no Blackburn or no Robin or anybody that's out there doing gigs, and no, she's just somebody that is so talented and heartfelt, and one of those people that found Joni and found their muse. When she played that song, I mean, I was convulsing in the audience, all by myself, just because it's such a heart-wrenching song anyways, but her delivery and everything, I just loved it. And we've had conversations with Terry about it since. And those things, and actually, I know a lot of you have been to those experiences with a Joni Fest, but we need to get back to that as a group, because for me, spiritually, that's home for me. That's I feel more at home with this group of people, even tonight. Like I said, forsaking the fact that I had special company in the house, and my wife and children are here, and I could have spent the evening with them, but this was a thing for me to do, and I hope that all of you get to come to a Joni Fest, a Paz Fest, a Bob Fest, hey, a Sue Fest. Sue.
Yeah, right, I know. It's gonna Ithaca, New York, 2022.
I'm gonna plan my trip home to your fest that year.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jeremy, you got to be there. You got to be there.
Oh yeah. You all are stuck with me now. So I feel like Woman of Heart and Mind, looking at the lyrics, it kind of sums up a lot of the themes that kind of recurred on the album. All this talk about holiness now must be the start of the latest style. Talking about the guru books and the Bibles.
Right.
I love the line, "You imitate the best, the rest you memorize." We know those people.
Yeah.
But we still want to see them sometime.
It sometimes feels like with lines like that, that's something that all of us have a sense of people doing, or maybe we do it ourselves, but somehow she managed to put it into words.
Yeah.
It's bizarre when she is able to do that. I think it's more that she's more than just an excellent poet. She somehow manages to translate these tiny feelings that you don't even know you have sometimes. It's really amazing.
Yeah,
I feel like
almost scary.
Right.
The times you impressed me most?
the times you don't even try.
Didn't even try.
You know what's really interesting about that whole conversation song is that if you really love somebody and you tell them that stuff, you're doing it from love and trying to say, listen, dude, I love you, but this is you, man. And I still love you, but get your shit together, kind of. And I wish that I could pull that off. Just to say, you know what? I love you, dude, but I can't believe what you just said to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, listen to yourself.
Yeah.
What is going on? And it's just the ways that she writes it so poetically. It's like, who talks like that?
Right. When the rest of us try it, it doesn't work.
When you're in a relationship like that, and you're willing to be that honest with somebody, no matter what the consequences, right? It's like, maybe this person will never talk to me again, but I love them so much I need to tell them this stuff because you need to know this. You need to look in the mirror. It's like, wow.
Another thing that really hit me from this song is like, in my own search for authenticity in this shitty ass world, is it all books and words, or do you really feel it? Do you really laugh? Do you really care? Do you really smile when you smile? That's how I feel about everything all the time. Like when I go to a club and I see people dancing, are you really feeling it, or are you just acting the way you think you're supposed to?
And that distrust shows up other places in her writing.
Yeah.
Too. I mean, she's telling this person, I am this, and you come to me expecting me to fit all these other roles that you need fulfilled, and I'm not doing it for you.
Right.
For affection and a little respect.
Yeah.
I will say, when I smile with this my family, I'm really smiling. I love all of you family. I love all of you.
I love you too, man.
Oh, I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too, Bob.
And we
And Michael and Chris.
and we don't give you any
Mark.
scorn, only praise.
I just wish that, this is a little off topic, I just wish that these politicians and these people that are supposed to be our leaders were authentic. God, I get tired of, there was an insurrection and now there's one insurrection, it was a bunch of tourists. I mean, it's so frustrating. You just want authenticity. You want honesty. Why is that so difficult?
Right.
Oh, and now we know why Joni's not talking about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She thinks that there's no appetite for the truth. That's what she thinks.
You might as well get together with friends over at your house and have a good evening,
Yeah.
because you can't fix it.
Sure. So we go back to Joni, and we say Woman of Heart and Mind. The first cover was 1981, Minnie Riperton.
Really?
I've heard that one actually, probably from you.
She of the five octave range. She was the mom of Maya Rudolph.
Oh, wow.
Well, did she say fuck your strangers?
Yes, she said lay with strangers.
Oh,
Oh,
She did not drop the F-bomb in
damn.
her song.
that's a completely different meaning.
I
Yeah.
think she wanted to maybe have a hit with it that Joni couldn't because she didn't fuck with, right?
Well, I must say, when we do Cherokee Louise, I mean, I do emphasize yank her to his knee. Wait,
Of
what?
course you would. Of course you would.
Yankee to her
That's
knee.
the
But
song.
I realize that a lot of people can't handle that. It's too
It's
You know.
disturbing.
urban. for 'em.
Damn, though. Isn't that a good song?
No,
Cherokee?
but I mean, go Joni. Jeez. You know, who writes a song like that?
Yeah.
You were talking
And-
about the political situation earlier, and what struck me was the lines from, I think it's See You Sometime. Well, I'm learning it's peaceful with a good dog and some trees, out of touch with the breakdown of this century. I kind of feel like that's the space she's in right now.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
and that
right.
was
That's a nice space.
Well, that was a much less broken down century too.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe two world wars.
well, and
It was pretty broken.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I mean, they all are in one way
Yeah.
or another.
Yeah, that's a strong line, isn't it?
I love the guitar part on Woman of Heart and Mind. I always have. It's almost like its own melody.
It's the tuning is just like this train, which is pretty.
Yeah.
If I can just correct you there, Sue, it is that tuning, but it's a half step lower.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Woman of Heart of Mind is lower.
It's a B tuning, but it's the same intervals as just like this.
Yeah, you're right.
I wish we could all do it right now together, but I guess it wouldn't work, would it? Because there's the delay.
Are you going to play, Chris?
I can play it, but
Yeah, please play it because I need to take a quick break.
I am a world. Doesn't work, does it?
You go, Robin. You go, Robin. Sing it.
Is it lining up?
Yeah, it's okay.
All of this stuff. No. It's
Talk about holiness.
no. That's the third one. What's the second one? It's
After the rush.
after the rush. When always this nothing seems to keep up. Why the organ else but the same. You know, if you could mouth it, I could follow you. When you come back down, you're always nothing seems to keep you. Looking for what you want to know. It must be the start of the latest style. Is it all bullshit?
Oh well.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Judgment.
All
Time for
right.
Judgment.
So when I was walking, I was thinking about Judgment in the Moon and Stars, and I was thinking about For the Roses. This album is for really intelligent people. It's for oppressed people. It gives voice to a lot of feelings. And Judgment in the Moon and Stars, as an album closer, is epic as hell and lives up to the role of closing in an epic album.
Indeed.
It might be my favorite Joni piano song too. The way she just pounds on that piano is awesome.
Well, this was Kaki's favorite song, right, Michael? You're
muted.
You're muted.
Unmute,
I was
Michael.
singing along, and I didn't want to fuck up the song. I think that Kaki really liked For the Roses the best, but definitely Judgment, and we talked about Judgment a lot. And I really wish that I was a better piano player, and I was able to play that one, because we talked about it a lot. It really is an amazing, amazing tune. I've been at Joni Fest when it's been covered, and wow, my hat's off to people that can just play that.
Scares the life out of me.
Because it really is a classical.
I owe Dave at least an attempt to get it down. And
well, did we do that at the
No.
Well, Chris, it was you that.
Down to you in
Oh, down to you, yeah.
Chris, it was you that. Shall we say?
Begged you.
You that kept the red hot poker under me to write this one out.
Because the songbook does not have the interlude, and that
Really?
just killed me.
That's one of the best parts about it, isn't
It
it?
doesn't have the interlude for that, and it doesn't have the interlude for "Let the Wind Carry Me" either. So,
And please go listen to that interlude in headphones because it's beautifully mixed.
yeah. But what I came upon today actually was I don't know where I got this, probably on the list somewhere. The original.
I have that.
You have this, yes?
I have that. Yeah. Did I send that to you?
Was that the lyrics?
I don't know. I printed it out. I made some, I turned it into an 8.5 by 11. So
Khaki sent a whole pile of that to me that came from, Robbie Cavallina. I hope I'm not.
These lyrics are very different.
May need to edit that out, Jeremy. I should have said that.
Letter to the Deaf Master.
Huh?
Letter to the Deaf Master.
Actually, it wasn't Robbie. I lied. I know who it was right now. He's from the other side of the universe. He's from New York. So, no. That's who sent it to me.
No names mentioned, right?
Right. And it's a whole stack. Yeah, he's a gay man, too, so I won't out him. But it was a whole stack of stuff that was in handwritten form like that. But a lot of it had the shapes and even some like tab looking stuff or whatever, chord shapes and stuff on it. I've shared it with Sue. Did I send that to you, Sue?
Yeah, you did. It's really fascinating.
It's pretty cool stuff. I mean,
For guitar?
what a blessing to work with so many people and they share something like that with you. Wow. It's like, wow, what a treasure. My house burned down. It'd be like, oh, okay, fuck the house. Oh my God, those transcriptions.
Yeah.
The Joni picks that somebody gave me. Yeah.
But the previous title, though, of the song, "Letter to the Deaf Master."
Wow. Interesting. I never knew that.
Yep. And the words are totally different. Totally different lyrics.
I mean, there's little bits and pieces that that survived.
Can we get a little sample if you don't mind sharing? Or
if you can stand the sound of my voice. Okay, this is a dream. This is a dream you cannot wake from. In it, you're deaf and brooding mute, and though you get to keep the pictures, I guess that don't seem like much. Cold white keys under your fingers, like a token substitute for scented hair and warm symphonic thighs to touch. In the court, they carve your legend with an apple in its jaws. And the ladies that inflamed you fan and titter. Long silk stockings on the bedposts of refinement. That's the law. And the judgment of the moon and stars is bitter. That's the first. I mean, so it has a different structure, too.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty good reject.
Yeah. If that's the outtake, okay then.
So what I have to say, it would seem to have been, obviously it's not edited, but it seems to have more lyric than the song, I believe, survived to. So, it doesn't touch on some of the same stuff later on.
What's everyone's favorite line in this?
You're raw. They think you're too raw.
I give to shake your fist at lightning and roar at forest fires.
Yeah, that last verse.
I love
Lean the hoses on you, show them you won't expire. Not till you burn up every passion, not even when you die.
I love the come on now, you've got to try.
I wish you would have asked us about the previous song because, the the times you impressed me most.
Yeah.
That song, that's one of her like prolific lyrics. But
Describing a piano as broken trees and elephant ivories.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think just condemned to wires and hammers. I think that's
Long silk stockings on the bedpost is a pretty good one.
Is that a great word for you're stuck with just the mechanical aspects of this instrument? You can't hear it.
And silence in a bell jar. Still a song.
She described the original mix of Song to a Seagull as sounding like it was under a glass Jello mold.
Revoked but not yet canceled.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's pretty good. Pretty good. There's a lot of good
Take
stuff.
a walk, a park, a bridge, a tree, a river.
Beautifully. I don't know if this. I don't know if I agree necessarily that this should have been the closer for the record, though.
Really?
Oh.
See, I feel like nothing else could ever close the album.
What would you close it with, Chris?
Would you have opened the album?
Wow. I want to bust you over the baseball bat right now for saying that.
You would have closed it with Urge for Going. You would have put that on.
Actually, just in
Urge for Clubbing. Urge for Clubbing.
Urge for Clubbing.
In defense, I think Cold Blue Steel might have been a good closer.
Does that mean you want to go out and dance? Urge for clubbing?
No.
Wow.
I want to club Chris Carr's head.
God.
I mean, it's funny, but you're right. You know, if you think about it, you can't imagine this record being in any other order than it is. And,
Of course.
And it makes total sense.
I
The
feel like
sequencing is usually flawless.
you start off with Banquet, which kind of is a bird's eye view of society. You know, it takes you on this really personal journey, and then here you are, kind of the meaning of life.
This record might cover more ground than any of her other albums.
Mm-hmm.
It really does cover an incredible breadth of
I would argue that.
humanity, of history, of just so much going on.
I would argue that.
It's so.
But and on Court and Spark, it's sequenced even better from start to finish. And we'll get there in a month.
Oh.
I feel like
Don't
this
tease
has
me.
more meat in it than Court and Spark, and I love Court and Spark, but
Me too.
Yeah, this had a lot of depth.
yeah,
Yeah.
Spark does too. Don't let the music fool you.
Oh, I loved Court.
I love Court and Spark.
Yeah, Tommy Scott's very sexy, but
Just
whatever.
because it was her biggest, wasn't it her
Yes.
best-selling album? There's nothing else like it.
Nothing.
Of course, yeah, of course, sure. That was her shot at the top 40.
The star-making machinery.
Can you imagine
Only
what?
top 10 song for one hit. For one hit.
Yeah.
I mean, what you wonder what these other bands were thinking when she came out with that Court and Spark. I mean, there was nothing to touch it.
Right.
It was so brilliant.
Like the West Coast sound got kind of designed that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the rest of the decade.
And refined.
I mean, you've got Down to You, Trouble Child.
So when she had Max and Larry Carlton and all them show up on day one,
This is a preview of next.
Max told me this. So Tom Scott says, Joni, I've got a new band. We're playing at the Baked Potato on Tuesday night. Come on down. So she did, and there's the LA Express. The place is completely packed. Everybody's dancing, and super tight. It's the beginning of kind of jazz funk, and she.
John Guerin.
John Guerin, who's cute, and Larry Carlton, who's amazing, and so she says, well, would you guys like to play on my record? And the only person in the band who'd ever heard of her was Tom Scott. So they're all session musicians, so they say, sure, what time? So they show up at A&M thinking she's just some folk singer. It's going to be a easy, 3-chord thing. And she plays them Help Me on the guitar and says, well, here's the first song we're going to do. And they're going, oh my God, and probably reach for a pen and paper and said, can you play that again? And they had to write it down by ear and then make up parts for it. And they cut that song that day, the very first day they'd ever even met her. Wow. And then it came out so good, she said, well, do you want to play on the others? And they said, yeah. So this was not an arranged, properly organized thing. This was like, well, you guys sort of come up with something and record it.
I thought she had it on cassette and it was fully formed.
She had the cassette. She had it. She had the song that she could play from beginning to end. But when they said, well, can you just play the bridge again? She said, no, I can only play it from the beginning. It's like it was a memorized routine that she could do, but she couldn't break it down into sections.
Wow.
Well, and Wilton Felder played on For the Roses. He was a member of the Crusaders that played on Court Spark.
Well, didn't he play? He played on Hissing, but did he play on? What did he play on Court Spark?
I'm not sure, but the whole Crusaders band played on Court Spark.
Well, but Max Bennett was in the Crusaders at that time.
But didn't John Guerin?
On Hissing, there's Wilton Felder and Max. Those are the two bass players. But I think that I'd have to check, but I think on Court and Spark it was mostly Max.
Wow.
We got to perform Court and Spark with Max Bennett.
Wilton Felder.
Yeah, that's great. That was great. That was cool.
That's
Very
awesome.
cool.
And that, I got to tell you, that was one of the greatest feelings in my life, was playing Help Me with Max Bennett behind me, sounding exactly like it should,
Wow.
I'm sure it was.
Pretty cool.
So, Bob, did anyone cover Judgment of the Moon and Stars?
Yes, the first people were Dave and Robin in 2010.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Very first cover was from our own Dave and Robin. It's only been covered 3 times
Wow.
because it's very complex. I mean, you don't cover this song. It's not like Both Sides Now. It's not Bows and Flows of Angel Hair. You sing it.
Of you.
No, it's very complex.
River.
So nobody does it unless you have your shit together, and that's Dave and Robin and two other artists.
We did it at the Idlewild Joni Fest.
Yeah, I remember that. That was
Yeah, that was great. I was there.
And I hate to be snarky because I know it's like apples and oranges, but how can you even think about Case of You when you've got something like Judgment of the Moon and Stars? Like, damn.
Different league.
That's a topic for a different day because
Yeah.
I think that's what gets to the heart of my putting Blue always at the bottom. Is it's just not the best one to me. I realize that's totally subjective, but there's so much more. There's so much.
Jeremy, what do you play?
Guitar and keyboard.
Both.
Yeah.
And you sing as well?
Yeah.
He writes songs too.
And so what is your favorite Joni song to play and sing?
Actually, I never have played any Joni songs. I'm not good at covers at all.
You don't do covers?
No, but I think I'm gonna have to get one ready for Dog Eat Dog or Chalkmark for this podcast.
You should.
So watch out. You all created a monster.
Elliott would be so disappointed.
You better, because they don't exist. Those covers don't exist.
Yep. So you've created a monster here. You're about to hear Lakota on the acoustic guitar.
I want to ask you a technical question too, and I also want to thank you again. It's almost 11:30 at night here. We started at 7 my time. I didn't realize the commitment that I subscribe to here, but thank you for this. It's been wonderful.
Sue has to do her
thing. While we were doing that thing, when Robin was singing, So there's other platforms. Are you hip to Clubhouse?
No, but I could be.
So send me your email address, please, to my email, and I'll invite you to Clubhouse as I will the rest of you. It's a new format. It's something that's being developed, but it kind of works well. What was happening there, the latency has gotten better with Zoom, but what was happening there is when two people talk at the same time, you X each other out, and that's what was
Right.
happening. It was almost in time, but it was that conflict there. Clubhouse is much better, and there's a new format, Jam Kazam, and they're I don't have the new version, but it's coming, and it could be a format to where it could be more interactive, and for a conversation like this with multiple um, people that you love and other assholes, uh, uh, it could be a lot more fluid for you.
Cool.
Just saying. I'm a techie guy. I'm sorry. You know, I
All right,
got
Sue,
it
give us,
from Dave.
Sue, give us Cold Blue Steel.
Yeah, we better. I have to be up for work in 5 hours.
Well, I just have one final thought about Judgment of the Moon and Stars. I mentioned earlier that it seemed like she was planting her feet in the ground and saying, no matter what you say about me, I'm going to do what I want to do.
Yep.
She was addressing the song to Beethoven, and I think she was being prescient when she said they're going to aim the hoses on you, because they hadn't really yet.
Yeah.
That would come a little further down the line when they really started beating up on her critically. So I think she maybe had a flash of prophecy there or something.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was a pep talk to Beethoven and herself.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna finish out tonight. We have 2 things left to do. We always end with Sue doing a song for us, and then everyone think we're all gonna go around and rate the album on a scale of 1 to 10 at the very end. So Sue,
I'll play first. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Be kind, because I'm like really tired. But it'll be okay.
We love you.
Oh, I know.
Yes, we love you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Over still out of money. When I put the police calling you, can't deny me. Now you know what you need. Underneath the jungle gym, hollow feet, looking for sweet fire, shadow of come with me, I know the way. She says it's down, 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 down. Do you wanna contact somebody first? You send a letter, you can come down. Come on, baby. Bring a wristwatch, you downstairs screaming, edgy like cracks of the sky. Big ocean fix this cool raptor. Money, cold shadows reply. Pawn shops crisscrossed and padlocked. Corridors spit on prayers and pleas. Sparks fire from sweet fire. Black soot of ladies. Come with me, I know the way. She says it's down,
Down, down.
down, down the highway. You wanna contact somebody first? Give someone a letter, you can come. Oh, you can come on later. Bring water in the bathroom. concentration camps, bashing beans for PJs, gold blue steel and sweet fire, roll into ladies. Come with me and she says it's down, 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 down. You wanna contact somebody first? I mean, what does it really matter? You're gonna come now, or you're gonna come later.
Yay!
Bravo.
Did this one go longer than the last one?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit.
4.5 hours.
One thing I did forget to mention is this is the first Joni album where she doesn't have any of her old material too. It's all new.
Oh yeah.
All new songs.
Right.
True.
All right, so we're gonna go around the circle on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. What do you rank this album? I'm gonna go in order on my screen. Bob.
I mean, I got to say 10 out of 10 on this record.
All right, Sue.
I have to say 10 too. You know, what's wrong with it? Nothing.
Chris.
There always has to be one. I'm gonna say can I do decimals or not?
Yeah.
Decimals
Yes.
are fine.
A 9.2.
9.2.
Terrifying.
Such a troublemaker.
I don't have to say. I want to say 10.
10 for me.
10.
And I can't think of. I only have maybe 4 or 5 albums in my entire life that rank a 10.
All right, if everyone else just wants to jump in, that's cool. I've lost track. I'm tired.
10.
10.
10.
Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
So I think, Chris, we can't
That's another 10.
I paid $100 to be a part of this panel tonight for this fucking reason. Really?
Jeremy, what about you?
Fucking 10. 10.
Nice.
And,
But we still love you, Chris.
Chris, you're off the island.
No,
Nice knowing you, bro.
Oh man.
You failed the loyalty test.
no.
You know, I mean, just because not everybody who plays gets a trophy. Oh no, everybody who plays gets a trophy, of course.
True.
Oh, you have children?
I will say in conclusion, I was wrong about See You Sometime. And let's leave Carly Simon out of it next time.
Wow.
And James, please.
Yeah. James Taylor's gone after this.
Oh,
He's not
after
back.
this, yeah, we don't have to talk about James anymore.
He's not back,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
he?
but-
He sings back up on Wild Things Run Fast, doesn't he?
You
Yeah.
can't leave James out of this record because he's all over it.
I have to tell you guys something. Ladies, man, John Guerin plays the drums, James Taylor's backup, and Larry Klein's on bass. You know, I mean, and there's one other person. I can't
Is
remember.
Graham singing on that?
Of all the guys.
Ron Wise.
All the boyfriends.
Boyfriends are on there.
Well, she gets along with all of them except Jackson Brown.
Right, yeah.
Or does she get along with him? Or
I don't think she does.
I don't
No, she
know.
doesn't like Jackson Brown. No way.
Yeah. And we'll get to Turbulent Indigo in a few weeks or a few months since I finally added it to the list.
yay!
All right. I love the Joni Mitchell family. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Jeremy.
If anyone has watched this far, make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you want to support what I'm doing, subscribe to my Patreon. And we are going to be back with Court and Spark, the 10-hour discussion in June.
Can I invite somebody to that one? Can I
Sure.
invite Susan Calso to come?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Why?
I feel like anybody that you all feel should be invited would be a great addition. So I trust y'all.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Night.
For Mark and Dave and I, you guys are really, you're good sports staying up this late.
Good night.
Only for you guys.
Till next month. Love y'all. Bye.
Love you guys.